So excited to kick off all of this wonderfulness, all of this awesomeness with a dear friend and colleague of mine, Pratik. Pratik and I have gotten to work together over these past few months, and I am just astounded every time we have a chance to talk because he just blows my mind with some new little tidbit or anecdote or funny story. Pratik, how are you doing today?
I am doing wonderful, Anthony. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Are you excited to be here at ZeroCon?
Absolutely excited and so excited to see so many people here with so much energy in them. I'm loving it.
Every time I come here, I always see and meet new people, and it's one of the absolute joys of being at this event. But Pratik, this is all about you, and so I want to understand a little bit more about what you've been up to these last couple of years.
I've been building this startup. It's called Ramp My City. We provide infrastructural solutions at places of public usage to make them disable friendly. So that's the startup that we have been building up in India.
That is so cool. I wonder how that looks on the ground because there's a lot of different kind of accessibility initiatives, especially when it comes to like the built infrastructure. So what sets yours apart and what have you been kind of concretely doing lately?
So what we are doing is building solutions from lived experiences. So in India also there's a lot of noise on ground about built environment, but everything is at policy level. As a wheelchair user, when I started to go out, I realized that I still cannot access facilities like a metro station, an airport, a bank. They were still out of reach for me. So we thought we need to do something very practical here when it comes to retrofitting. And that is where we started Ramp My City, where we say, we are not going to wait for the government to take action, we will take action. And that is where we became the direct implementation agencies where if you require a ramp, you require a toilet, you require doorways, you require emergency evacuation, or you require consultancy, Ramp My City is a one-stop shop to provide all your accessibility solutions. So that's what we're doing in India.
Pratik, I absolutely love this because I want to reiterate what he just said there. You know, policy is super important. We need legislation. We need some top-down frameworks for action. But Pratik here is taking the action. He is going grassroots, trying to build this initiative and really just change things up in India, and I find that incredibly awesome. Tell me a little bit more. I want to drag it all out of you. What are some of the cool stories that you've gotten to see? What are some of the changes you've gotten to witness?
Sure. So when we started this whole initiative, we saw that accessibility is looked upon as a charitable cause, and we wanted to make it popular. And so the approach that we adopted was that rather than doing some building in a rural area, let's do a building where a lot of people visit. So we started targeting places of high public impact like popular restaurants, hotels, metro stations, airports, so that inclusion can be seen, heard, and felt. And because of that, it got a lot of traction in India. And a lot of people started getting interested, right from the government to the corporate, to the commercial establishment. And they said, hey, we love that solution and we also want it. So how can we go about it? And that really opened doorways for us to get more business and to make more places accessible. And that's how we've been going about it.
This is so, so cool because you're hitting on something that's really near and dear to my heart. Like, we need policy, right? But the machinery of government sometimes moves by design, a little bit slower than what society needs. So you're addressing the social needs directly. You're kind of targeting the buildings, the high traffic areas to really make these environments accessible. And I find this to be super, super, super cool. So I want to hear a little bit more about you though, because I love a good origin story and I love like seeing a hero kind of rise up and take ownership of something. So I want to hear a little bit about you. How did you get into all of this?
So the story goes back to 2014, where I was this guy who was living his dream life. I had a perfect career. I was traveling all over the world. I had good family. I was social butterfly, partying all over the town. And I was just living my life. But on this particular day in 2014, I had an accident. I fell off in an under construction building, due to which I had a spinal cord injury and I had a paralysis waist down. After being a wheelchair user for 3 to 4 years, I was just doing physiotherapy at home. I was trying to recover, still trying to absorb that I have a disability, because sometimes it's not on day one that you want to accept it. So acceptance comes with time. So 3 to 4 years, I struggled with it, and then I said, what the hell? even if I'm a wheelchair user, I want to go and live my life. If I'm a very ambitious person, I want to go pursue my career. I love going out, meeting people. I want to do that. I want to travel. I want to eat food at different restaurants across the country and the world. So I started going out. But when I started to go out as a wheelchair user, it hit me because I could not go out. And I saw that inaccessibility is very large in India, and I started right from our homes. The building that I stay in does not have an accessible entrance. The public transport is not accessible. The public buildings, you want to go to a school, a police station, a public park, nothing in India was accessible. And it really hit me very hard. And I said, okay, what is the government doing about it? And when I read into the laws, and yes, there is all the kinds of laws and building codes and everything is there, but it's all in books. Nothing is on ground. And that is where we thought, this is a good business idea. Because in my head, I'm a business guy. I want to, and accessibility needs professional solutions. It does not need charitable solutions. And I thought, so let us put in some startup here, and let us, instead of waiting for somebody to do it, let us do it ourselves. And that is where Rama City came in, and that is where we started approaching different locations to make them accessible. So that's the story.
Dude, there's so much I love about your story. I first of all love the fact that you were just like a party boy at first, and then this, tragedy happens to you, and you weren't willing to necessarily accept it, right? You were kind of resisting the fact that this is my life now, and when you began to accept it, that was when your call to action happened.
Yes.
That was when like your hero's journey began. So I want you to take us back to those initial moments when you first started seeing all the problems around you. What was it that kind of kicked off in your mind? What was the feeling? Was it upsettedness? I imagine it might have been anger. Like, what was that experience like?
I was very angry and I was upset because I could not go out anywhere. And it was like a lockdown, right? When during COVID, there was a few weeks or months of lockdown, the whole world went into a nervous system breakdown. We had anxiety attacks. I imagine persons with disabilities having such a large population, they face a lockdown because they can't step outside their houses. And that is what hit me very hard, and I was shocked that how can such a large population be ignored, and especially in a developing country like India. So yes, but you cannot stay in anger or depression always. I'm somebody who's always looking for solutions. And that is where I thought, I know the problem, and I can't live with the problem. And the entire world will crib and cry about a problem, but let us not do that. Let us change lives, starting from my own life, and let us be a solution provider.
Cook, brother, cook. I'm loving everything you're saying here. I want to drill down to some concrete examples because you talked about being a business person. Obviously, you're an innovator, and you got one of those minds that is looking for the solutions to really challenging and difficult issues. You did not tackle the easy stuff, the low-hanging fruit. You tackled some of the most intransigent problems in society. So tell me about the business model. Like, how are you tackling specific projects? Who's come to you in terms of your clients that you've tried to help, you've tried to support? What's that experience been like?
So even building a business has been a learning for us. First, as a first approach, we started approaching different companies to be more accessible. But then we saw that because the law in India is not very strict, we saw that the companies really did not have the budget or the intent to be more disabled friendly. So we saw that as a gap in the market where companies are not ready to put in the money. So we thought, okay, how can we now turn it around? And that is where a model struck us in India. There is a model for CSR, corporate social responsibility, where every country that has a revenue over 500 crores, they have to put 2% of their annual profits into social causes. And I saw that is a really big market. So the model that we built was that we went to the corporates saying, hey, corporate, we put this money in us. We will build inclusive infrastructure and give you a branding. Your names, your boardings will be all over the town. So why don't you put this money in us? You'll be part of making inclusive cities, plus you'll get great visibility. And corporates were really happy with that idea. They said, wow, that is new and we love it. Why don't you, because instead of putting a billboard, you can rather have 50 ramps or 100 toilets around the city with your name on it, right? And then we went to the government and we said, hey, government, we don't want money from you. And government was very happy to hear that. He said, we don't want money from you. We want permissions. Come on board as a permission provider and let us do the interventions at your properties. And the government said, why not? We want to build an accessible India. Come on, let's do it. So it was a strategic collaboration between the public and private sector where Ramma City became the implementation partner. And that is what our scaling model is right now, that use the CSR money, give the leverage to the government, give the visibility to the corporate, do the implementation, and make India more accessible. So that's the model that we're working on.
I mean, this is so brilliant because you saw that niche, you saw the finances, right? You already had a head for like, this has got to be a sustainable business model. And then you were like, let's capitalize on this. Let's bring in those partnerships that you absolutely needed. Now, I'm wondering, because a lot of innovators don't get to start out with that level of traction. And they might be intimidated by trying to approach a corporate or approach the government. I'm wondering if you could give them some advice. What would you tell them if they were ready to schedule a meeting, but they didn't know what to do next?
Nothing came to us easy. And I was so much into doing cold calls, reaching people out on LinkedIn, reaching them through some networks, and especially during what worked to our advantage was where people come. So a lot of corporates at that time were open to listen to your ideas. And during COVID, we built our whole network where I started to reach out through friends, through cold and yet eventually it all got filtered out, and I started reaching the right people and doing the right pitches and getting in the right traction and the right business for our company.
I'm loving this. I hope that you guys have heard what he is saying, because that's the pathway. That's the roadmap. And if you didn't hear it, check out the recording afterwards, because you're going to want that knowledge, that wisdom. All right, let's talk about pathways to the future. What's the future looking like for you, 2027, 2028, and beyond?
So Ramai City has built a scalable model where we have replicated. We started from one restaurant, and now we are in 10 cities and have done more than 1,000 locations across India accessible through ramps, through toilets, through tactiles, through signages, various solutions that we are providing. And now, through Zero Project, we're also hoping to go international and make it from Ramp My City to Ramp My World. And that's the focus we have right now, to take the whole initiative to the entire world so that no one is left behind and everybody's included in all the activities as a human that you want to do.
What can the audience do to keep up with what you're going, the journey you're going on?
We want your support, so please reach out to us and follow us on our social media handles. So if it is Instagram, our handle name is RampMyCity. If it's on X, or Twitter, as formerly it was called, it's on rammycity.com. That's where you can reach us, or you can also
Okay.
This is like a regular thing for you.
Is it on?
Are we live? Hi.
So, welcome to this Zero Conference 2026 Fireside Chat on the implementation of the European Accessibility Act. My name is Jürgen Menze. I'm a disability inclusion specialist at the International Labour Organization. And with me today we have Carolina Mendeksha. She's a director at Business Accessibility Forum, or BAF. And online we have with us also Inmaculada Placencia Porrero. She's a senior expert on disability in the European Commission. And so what does it mean, implementation of the European Accessibility Act? So Carolina and her amazing team have launched, or are launching today, a report, a second report, if I'm not mistaken, on the implementation of the European Accessibility Act, which has the subtitle, I think, Beyond Compliance. As you know, the European Accessibility Act, or let's just refer to it as EAA, to save a few minutes in this short fireside chat, came into force last year in 2025 in June, and it requires products and services to be accessible. Now, the report is very good. I've had a chance to read it, of course. I'm excited to ask a few questions to Carolina and Immaculada today, because the report also brings in voices from a diverse range of stakeholders, like EU institutions, of course the EU Act, the EU law, but disability rights advocates as well, and of course, importantly, private sector companies that are now required to move the needle on accessibility. And the data shows, I mean, I don't want to say too much because it's not my report, it's Carolina's and BF's report, but it shows that accessibility is on the rise, it's moving forward. So it seems to be that the EAA has a positive impact. And the report shows that the report has real stories from companies. And I forgot to say that I'm not only a disability inclusion specialist in the ILO, I also coordinate the ILO Global Business and Disability Network. That's why I'm here as moderator. And I think we're excited to bring this report to also our multinational enterprises, because the report shows real stories of how companies deal with accessibility under the EAA. So now, let's hear directly from Carolina. As I said, the report says as a framing beyond compliance, right? So why did you choose this framing beyond compliance when a lot of companies still seem to struggle with basic compliance when it comes to accessibility?
Yeah, that's thank you. Are just brave, but the leaders and the companies that are in our community are strong enough that want to share what's working and want to, of course, lead the way. So today we have this is a very important day for me, and this is the star of today's show, but also online Immaculada joined us, who's another star, huge person, and really she needs no introduction because she was the main voice behind drafting the European Accessibility Act, and I really encourage everyone to read what we've created, because we have so many stories, and of course Immaculada and yourself are part of the discussion, so I'm very curious to hear whether you like it. I was trying to show the QR code, but I'm unable to, so perhaps someone can help me to do that, but of course the report is ready for you to see.
Excellent, thanks so much. And just in case the QR code doesn't work after all, I think your website is, can you just tell us, it's baforum.pl, right? So if you can't find, just go on baforum.pl. So Immaculada, you don't need any introduction, having worked on this act for a long time in the European Commission. So you really helped writing that act, heavily involved. So what was your hope really when you wrote this act and when it was enacted last year? What is your hope? What are your dreams? Can you hear us okay, Immaculada? it doesn't seem to be the case. So where were we? The Act, there's a so-called disproportionate burden clause.
Right.
I hope I got this right. I'm not a lawyer, by the way, but okay. There's as an escape route for companies, so that they really make sure that companies comply with the Act. What do you
This
think?
is exactly what Immaculada was saying in the report, and she highlighted that the escape route is there. However, it should not be overused. And actually, this is something that I also wanted to talk about, because the leaders and the community who actually participates in implementing accessibility never uses those escape routes. They are there, like in an airplane, an escape exit. But really, if you are trying to enter new markets, if you are trying to be innovative, you are trying for a way out, for the way in, not the way out, right? And this is exactly what we are trying to showcase in our report. And if you read it, there are so many great stories from companies, good practices, how it can be done. And it shows also that despite the fact that accessibility can be sometimes overwhelming, even the slightest step matters, and it's better to act now. And you don't have to do it alone, because our community can show you how it can be done in a very accessible way also for the private companies.
Excellent, yeah. I think it's always important to remember accessibility is a journey. Right? And every step, every little incremental step matters. And you'll never be at the finish line, but every step matters. Just checking in with Immaculada. Can you hear us okay? Can you now speak? Okay, great.
Now I can
You're
hear
nodding.
you well.
Perfect.
I hope you can hear me too.
Perfect, thanks. So maybe then also your perspective on this disproportionate burden clause. Any thoughts from your side?
Yes, I think Carolina put it very well. Well, let me start by saying that by no means this is escape route to obligations on accessibility. This provision was conceived as a safeguard that would allow companies, when they are implementing accessibility, to the extent that they are implementing, if something is overburdened or would be imposing changes that are fundamental for their product or service, then they could use this. But they could use this documenting it and assessing that it is really necessary. From my point of view, it's really important that this is seen as a safeguard and not as a way of non-compliant, because that is not possible within the legislation.
Great, thanks so much, Immaculada. Now, Carolina, when everybody will, of course, read the report today, I assume, and I had the privilege of already reading it in advance. So I saw that in some sectors, industry sectors, accessibility compliance jumped from 59% to 80% in a very short period of time. What do you think is driving this?
This is exactly what we were trying also to show, that accessibility transformation is already happening, and we are in the new era, and a lot has been done. And these companies who succeeded treat accessibility as something that is ongoing. One of our guests in the report, Rama, who's not here today, but hi Rama, said that accessibility needs to be baked in the bread. You need to smell it. And this is exactly what those companies were trying to achieve. But also we need to remember that, of course, the small steps matter, but this is extremely deeply rooted issue, and all of the lawyers and also technical staff, everyone in the company needs to know about accessibility and needs to be interested in order for the whole project to work.
Great, excellent. So Immaculada, so seeing, like, for example, these figures I just gave, from like 59% compliance to 80% compliance, does it mean to you the Act, the European Accessibility Act, is working?
I think yes, it is working, but these figures trigger two things from me. On one hand, a lot of satisfaction to see that progress is achieved. On the other one, concern, because we need to achieve this 100% compliance. The requirements in the Act, when we wrote the Act, they are reasonable, they are balanced, they are proportionate, and there should be no impediment for reaching the 100%. So as I said, two reactions: satisfaction to see that progress is being achieved, but concern because we really need to get that 100% compliance with the requirements of the Act.
Excellent. Of course, that needs to be the goal, 100%. 80 is good, not yet good enough. Great, thanks. So Carolina, you're from Poland, and you have in your home country interesting model, a trilogue model,
Right.
where you have business, the regulators, and the NGOs coming together. How does it work? Explain.
This is exactly what we were trying to talk about in the report, because we wanted to share the good practice. And actually, in Poland, for many years now, we meet together every month and we talk about what's working in accessibility sphere, what's not working, and we talk with the regulators, with NGOs, with the business, and we admit to ourselves and to everyone that we do not have the monopoly on truth, right? And this is such a brave stance again. And to my surprise, it's working, because you wouldn't imagine, and you can't imagine how many interesting questions we pose. And there is not one person who can answer all of the questions that pop up. And this is exactly why we need every actor to be involved. And also, there is this quote, a cliche, that there is nothing about us without us. But that also applies to business, because they can explain that some processes just take time. And this is exactly to Ima's comment. Of course, we want 100% accessibility, but trying to provide accessibility in complicated and complex structures like in banks takes more than 2 years, right? So it's a massive project, and we all need to keep that in mind as well.
Amazing, yeah. Now I can only just emphasize the importance of inclusive consultation, bringing all the stakeholders who have something to say, who have something to contribute, at the same table. And if you're not invited, bring your own chair. Just come. I hope that's okay. No, look, Immaculada, now this model we just heard about that is implemented in Poland, is that something you could consider at European regional level, since you work in the European Commission? What do you think about that?
The directive itself contains a very inclusive and collaborative enforcement process, because it allows not only users to send complaints, but also it allows economic operators to engage with enforcement authorities to discuss and to put remedies to miscompliance with the directive. In addition, the directive encourages alternative dispute resolutions in cases of non-compliance prior to bringing the matters before the court or competent administrative bodies. Also, we have a working group in which public authorities responsible for enforcement, economic operators, and organizations of persons with disabilities will meet together to discuss compliance matter. The intention of the enforcement clauses
Immaculada, I'm sorry to cut you
remedies.
off there. Sorry, you have 3 seconds. Last word to Carolina. Business leaders reading the report today, what should they do tomorrow?
And they need to read the report, because everything is in there, and I hope that the QR code will lead you to the link. And see you there, and see you in our community.
So baforum.pl. Thanks so much for having been with us today. Thank you.
Thank you. It really went by fast.
They gave us 15 minutes.
Hello, it's great to be here. Like our project says, todos podemos ayudar. We all can help. Everybody can help. And we help the people hacking, making low-cost inventions, because I'm from Colombia. And in Latin America, assistive technology is extremely expensive. So we design low-cost solutions to help people. Is hearing, understanding. Taking the time is like a difference from very big companies, because they like have teams or engineers and a lot of people to design for invention, to earn money. But our project hear people. We hear families, we hear teachers, we hear companies, we hear hotels, tourism, and what are the difficulties, the problems they have when they're trying to include people with disabilities. So we have real solutions for those real problems. And we try to look at those solutions, the best that really work, at the best price, low-cost solutions, and most of them, we don't sell them. We design them, we teach how to make them, so they can be scaled, they can be, we gave a tutorial how to build in video and make those solutions. If a solution work for someone in Medellin, Colombia, it will work in Peru, it will work in Mexico, it will work in Thailand, everywhere. So that's the key.
So if I'm getting this right, you have a platform, is that correct, where you are sharing the designs of solutions that you can incorporate in everyday situations, even if you don't really have the technology, because you can use everyday tools to make those solutions. Is that correct?
Yeah, low-cost solutions that you can build with materials and tools that you can have in your home, recycled, and very local solutions. So everyone can build them anywhere in the world. We have been working for 16 years making those solutions, and we have made more than 100 solutions.
Are you working also with other researchers, or is it a project by one man?
Everybody that wants to join. We have worked with universities, we have worked with other engineers, with creative people, with parents. Like I said, real solutions for real problems. It's like hearing and having a team to work. If I have to do it alone, I do it alone, but if I have a team, and if anyone that is here or later hearing the video want to join us, they can. This is like a group activity, more people designing, more designs we can have.
And just so I'm grasping it correctly, the innovation part is that you are using local things, local resources, sharing them with local communities, and you're really addressing their needs. So that's the innovation part. Tell me about the impact.
The impact is great because it's real. It may sound funny and crazy, but I have heard, like in some big universities, they designed a cane for blind people that have laser, Bluetooth, GPS, a lot of things. They didn't mind to take the time to talk to a blind guy and understand what they need. When we understand that someone loves to play an instrument and he's a musician, I can design a solution for him. So that solution will really work. Maybe it looks funny. One of our first inventions is a foot control mouse for people that don't have their hands. So you say for control mouse, so what can you do if you don't have your hands or your arms? You use your feet, maybe. But if you try to use a laptop or a tablet with your feet, it's very difficult. And you cannot find in the market a commercial product for that. And if you find them, it will be very expensive. So we took a plastic spoon that you use in the kitchen that is like 50 cents, and you connect it to a USB mouse, making a hole. So an old mouse and plastic spoon, you put your feet in there and you can move your feet, and with your finger, the toe in your feet, you can make the left click and right click. And that is our foot control mouse. And you can use it to study, for working, for having fun, to watching a movie, social media. So it's real solutions, real impact, and helping someone, for example, work in a call center using his feet by a low-cost solution is something that changed lives, big impact, and low cost.
And I think one of my favorite impact stories that also you shared with us was about the woman that finally could write something. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? And I will also encourage everyone after the conference to visit our conference website, because we will be putting the link to that video and to the presentation that Felipe prepared about his project. So you can also see this very, very moving but short video. And if you can describe it a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Luz Marina is a woman in a very poor part of Colombia. We met her when we gave workshops teaching people how to make the local solutions, and she was there. She didn't have her right hand because in an attack of the guerrilla, Colombian guerrilla, she lost her hand when she was really young, like 15 years old. And 30 years later, we came to a workshop and we were teaching how to do a universal band that you can put a pencil to write, a spoon to eat. And we were making that device, and she said, I need it. So she tried it, and she was like really happy, smiling, crying, and saying, I can write, I can write, I can write. So it's something simple like being 30 years later, being able to write again with her right hand, using just like a piece of cloth that costs less $1.
I totally agree with you. And I think those impactful life stories is also one of the powers of Zero Project. I have one question for you, because you told us at the beginning about the challenges that people are facing, but did you also have some challenges when working on your solution?
Yeah, a lot. It's not easy when a mother of a child cries and told you like a really hard story about her son, and you have to make a solution for what she's asking for, like a lot of pressure. Maybe we don't have always all the money to make those designs or inventions, those products, but God bless us with inventions, and we like make a new idea. We got the inventions, and they always work at the first time. I have not made any prototype 2 or 3 times. At the first time, they always work. So it's like something even cheaper, and it's like really great because it cannot be like really easy, but always we get the solution we need.
That sounds really, really impressive, I have to say, because you are hearing about so many people who are just trying their technologies. Will it work? What can I tweak? And you are getting it right at the first time. I think this proves that you really listen, you know the need, you just need to think about how to address that need, and you make it happen. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You're a miracle maker.
Yeah, well, it's another story, little story, is they call us from Argentina, and they ask us, we have a lot of old people that they cannot soplar? Blow the candles when they have their birthday. So they are like really sad because they cannot blow their candles. So I say like, it doesn't matter. No, yes, it matters. They feel really bad because they are at the birthday party and they can't even blow their candles. So can you make a candle blower? And I said, okay, it must exist. So I entered Google, I searched for candle blower, and it didn't exist. It didn't exist an assistive candle blower, no. For any people, we decided that they cannot blow the candles, so we make one. We took a low-cost fan, we make a big button, and they press the button with their hand, with their elbow, with their hair, with their foot, any way they can, but it blows, and they blow their candles, so they're happy again. So it's not always like NASA stuff, like to go to the moon and very complex devices, but they work. It's our invention that work, that people need, and those people, elderly people from that place, are happy blowing their candles.
Yes, it's sometimes the small things that matter, right? To make us a little bit more human. And that brings me to another question. What are your other plans? What do you want to do with your solution? Do you want to scale it, or do you want to have even more inventions? What does the future hold for you?
Our dream is to get this project bigger. That's why we are here. We want networking. We want to with universities, with other leaders. I dream of going to Africa, teaching, working together. I have more than 100 inventions. I have not patented anything of them. It's all of them are free to use. So that is what I love, to teach, to give to the others. I work within my family. We are not, sometimes people think we are a big company, 16 years. We work from the house. The house is the office, the workshop, with my mother, my father, my sister. And 1 second, I know we're having a small time. My father almost died 6 months ago. He was like 3 months in the hospital, very bad. I wanted him to be here. Earning this award is like, sorry.
No, there is nothing to apologize for. Maybe I can also tell everyone that I've seen Felipe's father, and he's one of the most heartwarming, warm, and kind people I have ever had the pleasure to see. And even though he cannot be here, we will have this recording, we will share it with everyone, so also your father will feel a little bit like he was here. So please don't worry about it, we have you covered here, and we are so glad to have you here.
And I want to say something about that. When he was in ICU in the hospital very bad, I had to apply to him some of my inventions, some of my products, and people always ask, why you make those inventions? Do you have someone with disability? Do you have a disability? No. I like technology, I like video games, I like to help others. And this time, with my father, I had to use those inventions to help him.
And they worked.
Yeah.
Last question for you, and I think that this is something that I learned from my mentor, Tom Butcher, also with the Zero Project. We always like to end those fireside chats with a straight call to action. What would be your call to action?
My call to action would be really hear what people need. If you are trying to be more inclusive anywhere, in a company, in a university, in designing products, hear what people need. And don't try to make the most complex devices of technologies or projects. Just make that solution that really works and that people can join, enjoy your products, your services, be included. Easy.
Thank you so much, Felipe. This was Felipe Betancourt Posada from Todos Podemos Ayudar from Colombia. And with this, we are concluding this fireside chat. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. Andrea.
Hello, everyone. My name is Samantha Bullock. I'm the CEO of Bullock Inclusion. I'm a wheelchair user, brunette, white, wearing blue. And today we have the honor here to be talking with Anahi from L'Oreal. And we are going to have this wonderful chat and understand and discover a little bit more about L'Oreal here. And please, Anahi, describe yourself and introduce yourself for us.
Thank you, Samantha. So I'm Anaï. I am a white woman in my early 40s. I have mid-length blonde, gray, white hair. And I am wearing a dark brown top and a black jacket. And as you say, so I'm part of L'Oréal Group as a global diversity, equity, and inclusion impact director. But I've been in L'Oréal Group now for more than 16 years in other roles.
It's a lot of time.
Yes.
Yeah. So L'Oréal is a worldwide company and operates in more than 60 countries. How do you make sure that disability inclusion is not just a global ambition, but something that actually works at the local level as well?
Yeah, so our ambition globally is to be the most inclusive beauty leader and to contribute to a society where people can feel safe, equal, respected, and valued. So we have this global ambition, but for sure it's in our countries with our teams that we are able to put in action this ambition and this vision. So we address all our topics for our employees, our consumers, and our communities. And we work very closely with all our teams. So we have a network of more than 90 leads and allies in all the countries where we have teams, but also in our divisions, in our different professional fields, like in the international marketing teams. So this really helps us address all these topics and all these audiences.
You mentioned that you have more than 2,000 employees that have disability as well. So, and that is almost 2% that we are going to increase that to 2030.
Exactly.
That's correct.
So L'Oréal is an international, global company. We have more than 90,000 employees worldwide. And for a very long time now, disability inclusion has been one of the strongest commitments that the group has had. And so we had this target of direct employment of people with disabilities within our workforce of 2% for 2024 and 2025. We've reached that objective, so now we need to go further in our strategy of disability inclusion, and we have this 3% target of direct employment for 2030. But it is also not only for employees, but we work also on with our purchasing teams within our inclusive sourcing program on indirect employment. This means with our providers and our partners to continue the disability inclusion commitments outside of the group and with our communities.
Yeah. So how does L'Oréal address visible and no visible disability differently, especially when it comes to creating psychology safety for employees? Because I think you may, share with us your own experience as well, because we are talking for so long and I didn't know that you are also disabled, so I think it's quite important.
Yes, so we've shared that together before at Coffee. So it's we have a wonderful campaign at L'Oréal. It's an internal campaign which is called Break the Silence. Break the Silence was born in the US, this campaign, in 2016 in L'Oréal USA, and had won an award. We have an internal competition. They won an award, and this became our global practice. And it's really part of our strategy in bringing awareness. So what is Break the Silence? Break the Silence is sharing our own experience of disability. So it's giving the voice to our employees to share their experience on disability. So awareness to all our employees, but also to the leadership teams, and making sure that all our employees are aware of everything that L'Oréal Group can offer them to support them in terms of accessibility, in terms of accommodation, and support also in health, mental health. And so in terms of my personal experience, so I was diagnosed with a hearing impairment in my early 20s. So it was really the beginning of my work experience. So the first years might have been a little bit complicated, adapting and understanding how I was living with this hearing impairment. And in 2021, L'Oréal France did an amazing internal campaign, their own Break the Silence, which is Osez être vous, Dare to be yourself. And I saw all these employees getting on stage and talking about their disability and, you know, what was their experience, the good side of it, but also the struggles and how, you know, they really live this experience. So I could really identify to what they have lived. And this was the aha moment for me when I really realized that keeping that to myself or only in my personal life was really not for me the best option, and that I had the safe space at L'Oréal to talk about it. And at the moment I began talking about it, I realized the full support that I had from the HR teams, from the internal doctors that we have, from the managers, and all the teams that L'Oréal has put in place for people with disabilities. And so at that point, I realized how important it is to share our own experience and also, yes, to have this really transparent as a group of our ambition and what we do make available for the inclusion of people with disabilities within our workforce and society.
Yeah, I think it's quite important, like you said, to have the safe place where you can share and you know that you're going to be heard and people are going to be there for you, but also important for the others to know what is your disability, how you are dealing with that, because you are also teaching the other people from the company how they need to deal and how they are going to be with you in the whole journey. I think it's a journey for you and for the company, but for everyone that's also learn about L'Oréal and understand what the company is doing. So this is it's very important.
And perhaps what I can add on this Break the Silence campaign is that it really has become a global best practice. So it's been rolling out every year in many different countries. So you can have it in L'Oréal USA, L'Oréal Brazil did amazing
So the Break
things.
the Silence is an intern campaign or is it outside campaign?
So it's an internal campaign. It can be testimonials, conferences, raising awareness with sharing. We have an internal e-learning, so it's also sharing information about.
So we need to ask L'Oréal to make this an external campaign and break the silence for everyone.
Well,
we need to break the silence.
We need to break the silence.
We need to break the silence.
Exactly.
We need to ask L'Oréal to come with this campaign, and everyone here is say like, let's break the silence and come and talk more about our disabilities. This is quite important one. So moving from intention to accountability can be a challenge. What mechanisms helps ensure that inclusion commitments lead to measurements impact? the measurement numbers.
The measurement and the numbers. Indeed, I think it's very important. For many years now, we have really put in place our disability inclusion strategy within our diversity, equity, and inclusion framework. We address the topic of visible and invisible disabilities, but also of chronic illness, mental health, and neurodiversity. So we have different priorities in our strategy and in our policy, and we know that we can't progress in things that we don't measure. So for us, it's really understanding the gaps, where they are, and then trying to find the solutions. So every year we have an internal campaign, a reporting campaign with all our countries where we require information. And this allows us really to follow the different steps of our strategy and making sure that it's applied. The Break the Silence campaign I was talking about is part of this strategy. So we're able to measure how many countries are doing it and the impact on this kind of campaign in the disclosures that our employees will then potentially do if they want to do so. So this is how we measure the impact of our actions with the numbers, but also with qualitative actions that our countries, our teams are doing.
So do you have a booth here? So if you guys want to come here, if you're in person here, to take a look, and you have a special device that you launched a few years ago about how to put the lipstick. Do you like to talk about that?
Exactly. So I really invite every one of you to go to the Lancôme booth, where we present an amazing device. It's an electronic device called HAPTA. It's an assistive beauty device that helps for lipstick application for people who have limited arm or hand mobility. So this has been an innovation that our teams have been working on for a few years now, and that this year and in a few days, the official launch will happen for Lancôme worldwide. And it's really a device that has been developed for and with people with disabilities. So this is really also for what we were saying before. Our strategy is also to address employees, but also consumers and communities. And I hope that you will see also the representation, because this, I think, is one of the big steps for all companies tomorrow, is the authentic representation of disability. And this kind of device, this kind of innovation that our teams are working on is part of that work.
And it's nice because you create this device thinking about the person with disability, because sometimes companies, they create something and that thing suits disabled people, but you had the intention to create something. So this is just so, you try to solve a problem. You understand, you do your research, and then you create something.
Exactly. It's really moving from the beauty for all to beauty for each, and making sure the self-expression, that the authentic representation is really there, and the intention is more than intention, is really acts.
It is, and one of my models, Maju de Araújo from Brazil, she's the face of L'Oreal in Lancôme in Brazil, and she has Down syndrome, and she's one of our models. So we can see that L'Oreal really does the things internally, externally, think about disabled people, but also has the aim of reach the customer, and make the difference. And this is so beautiful about your company and what we are. Thank you so much to be sharing all with us, to be here. And congratulations for the company, for your work. good luck with the launch of the product, and I invite all of you to go there and take a look and try. I'm going to try myself. And
Thank you very much, Samantha.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Katherine Johnson. I'm from St. Cloud State University in the state of Minnesota in the United States. I'm a proud American who still has hope. So I'll start with that. Yes, I'm here with two students from the University of Washington. We're excited today to learn about accessibility in Rome, of all places. My background is working with China, so it was really interesting to hear the comparative perspective between where the situation is in Rome and where we were in China and even where we are still in the United States. So I'm going to just briefly introduce. We have Francesca, who's here in person, and we have Jaya, who is online. So can you two briefly introduce yourselves also? Share a little background information?
Hello, my name is Francesca Espy. I am a third-year student at the University of Washington, studying international studies and law societies and justice. Over
Jaya?
to you, Jaya.
Yeah, thank you both for the introduction. My name is Jaya Field. I'm a senior at the University of Washington. I'm actually graduating in a couple of weeks here. I'm also studying international studies and law societies and justice, and I'm so happy I can join you all virtually. Apologies for not being there in person.
That's great that you made it online. We're happy to have you here with us too. And so I'm really excited because I've had the opportunity to meet both of these two young women, and it's really exciting to see that they're both going into law school and they will have with them this background in disability studies. So with that, I will let Jaya introduce the project that you two took part in. And if you could share briefly the introduction, how it was Rome, and the methodology that you used for your research, that would be great.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Catherine. So Francesca and I spent 10 weeks together last spring in Rome, and we did this program for part of the international studies major where it was 10 weeks of on-the-ground research, and we focused on access to urban green spaces. So this was, of course, specifically in the Roman context, but I think that our findings and our policy recommendations are very applicable to other European cities, as I hope you all will see. So I hope that kind of our recommendations can be provide inspiration for cities like Vienna and all of the other global cities that I'm sure all of you come from. And so Rome was a really interesting case study in particular because it is the European city with the largest overall area of green space. It's the quote-unquote greenest city in Europe. It's also the capital of Italy, and Italy is one of the first state parties to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and it therefore offers this really interesting opportunity for understanding disability access and inclusion as pertaining to urban green spaces. So Francesca will delve more into our specific case studies, but just some overall statistics here. So Rome has more than 50 major public parks and nature reserves, which are of course essential not only for environmental preservation and the environmental health of the city, but also for public health, quality of life, and social inclusions, not only for the residents of Rome, but also for tourists, people like Francesca and I who are visiting the city and spending time in the city. So the scale and historical significance of these green spaces makes them an integral part of the city's identity. So they blend cultural heritage and this ancient history of Rome with natural landscapes. So Rome is home to over 2,000 piazzas. Francesca will talk about the specific piazzas that we looked at. And the piazzas serve as these kind of important commercial, religious, and cultural hubs for people in Italy. They're definitely a space for social bonding, for lounging, and for learning about the city. So on the basis of this historical and contemporary importance, Rome is, like I said, a model for much of the world. So to speak to our methodology a little bit, like I said, we spent 10 weeks in Rome, and so we started our research by conducting this comprehensive legal analysis of existing frameworks that govern how we think about disability and what kind of frameworks there are to outline disability rights. And so we looked at these at the international level, at the European Union level, and then of course the national, regional, and municipal level. So our focus, like I'll talk about in our policy recommendations piece, is really to find ways to translate all of this down to the municipal level so that city offices can use our policy recommendations as kind of a framework and actually make, tangible, feasible change. And so we started with this comprehensive legal literature review. We also looked at any existing relevant case studies that really study disability access in these spaces. So these case studies and the literature review helped inform our own on-the-ground analysis of Rome and our selection of key sites. As we'll talk about, our chapter focuses specifically on parks and recreation, but this was kind of part of this larger project that looked at several sectors in Rome specifically. So our evaluation of these sites' accessibility was guided by the 6 principles from the Global Compact on Inclusive and Accessible Cities, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals from the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and the 7 principles of universal design. And so we used all of these things to inform how we were actually navigating spaces, what we were thinking about, and the kind of policy recommendations that we could make based on these insights from scholars, from activists, from practitioners like architects who are actually having a role in constructing these spaces. I'm now going to hand it off to Francesca, who will talk specifically about the sites that we visited, the challenges that we identified to access in those spaces, and the best practices.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Francesca, take it away.
Yes, so while in Rome, we focused on public spaces, including piazzas and streets, as well as parks, playgrounds, and a recreational facility. Across the streets that we visited in Rome, we noticed that the majority of them are cobblestone streets with very narrow sidewalks. We also chose the Piazza Campo dei Fiori as our case study because of its unique historical and cultural significance and the marketplaces that it hosts every single day. Unfortunately, this piazza is full of cobblestone streets, as is the case with most piazzas in Rome. Furthermore, the market stalls are very close together and often spill into pathways, inhibiting mobility for wheelchair users and persons with other mobility disabilities. The vendors and the large crowds also create an overwhelming environment for persons with psychosocial disabilities. While tactile pavements are widespread across the historic center of Rome, every single one that we saw ended at a wall, making it inaccessible and not able to perform its desired function. An initial consideration when thinking about accessibility of parks is the ease to which they can be reached. Transportation, socioeconomic status, and the perception of accessibility can all create barriers to accessing parks. During our literature review, we found that a case study in Warsaw, Poland, interviewed persons with disabilities and found that 58% of them said that they only use neighborhood parks because greater distance often means greater barriers. In Rome, this is a real problem because as the city has urbanized, newer peripheral units often lack neighborhood parks that are safe, are properly maintained, and do not have physical barriers. This means that many persons with disabilities in Rome are unable to access parks and green spaces close by that are accessible to them. We also found that a lot of the parks that we visited had inappropriate pavement for both wheelchair users and persons with visual impairments because they were ill-maintained and riddled with holes. There has also been a lack of proper planning in the implementation of accessibility features. For example, like I previously mentioned, tactile pavements that end at walls, but in addition, we've also found paths that had columns with chains blocking the path. These are intended to prevent bikes and cars from accessing certain sections of the park, but which also exclude wheelchair users from reaping the benefits of these sections. We visited 2 playgrounds while in Rome, one in a more affluent neighborhood and one in a more lower middle-income area of Rome. Once again, we found that these playgrounds were inaccessible to be reached. As seen in the picture, one of them had a gravel pathway leading up to the playground. So while the playground itself had rubber flooring, which accommodates the mobility of children who use wheelchairs, actually getting to the playground can be difficult. None of the playgrounds offered disability parking nearby as well. There were, however, some best practices. As you can see in the upper image, Parco Papaci has implemented both rubber flooring, which makes it accessible for wheelchair users, and they also offer ground level play, which allows children who use wheelchairs to also interact with the play structure. However, they have not implemented any sensory play, which would include children with visual impairments and blind children in the communal play. We also visited a recreational facility while in Rome. Acquagnone Sports Club, on paper, has implemented accessibility features. This includes a changing room specific for persons with disabilities, a chair that can help people enter the pool, as seen in this picture, as well as a gym that is created for easy navigation. However, in practice, barriers persist. The changing room that has been designated for persons with disabilities is only available to them until 2 p.m., after which it is reserved for children. Furthermore, the showers lack doors, which prevents the possibility of privacy. And once again, one must question why there has to be a separate locker room that is accessible for persons with disabilities. Why can't every locker room be accessible? Why do they have to be isolated? Now I will pass it over to Jaya to talk about policy recommendations that we developed in response to these challenges and best practices that we noticed.
Okay, Jaya?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Francesca, for going into that. So as I kind of touched on in the beginning, really the goal of task force work and the goal of our 10 weeks in Rome is to look at all of the existing data, do our on-the-ground analysis, and to end with these kind of tangible policy recommendations that we think can and should be implemented, in our case, at the municipal level. And so, as you can see with our policy recommendations, they're formulated specifically for offices that already exist at the municipal level in Rome, but there are, of course, equivalents in other cities like Vienna. And so, having looked at all of our case studies, looked at the challenges that exist currently, the best practices that people are doing that already exist, we came up with a set of parks and recreation specific policy recommendations. So I will touch on just some of our key policy recommendations that we formulated. So first, for Rome's Office of Projects and Assistance for Disability, we suggested an increase in signage and maps available for persons with different types of disabilities. So in our report, we go more into analyzing from specific lenses, like Francesca touched on, psychosocial disabilities, physical, mobility disabilities, and so this signage would be beneficial for all. So this would include both easy read and braille formats in public spaces, parks, playgrounds, and recreational facilities. And we also recommend creating safer crosswalks. This can happen by adding audio signals and by improving existing tactile paths. So like Francesca said, they run along sidewalks and don't end at walls or go straight into streets like a lot of the tactile paths that we encountered in Rome. Next, for Rome's Office of Special Projects and Services for the 15-minute city, we recommended the expansion of accessible public restrooms across the historic center of Rome and within parks and playgrounds. So accessible here doesn't just mean in regards to disability. There were also many public restrooms, quote unquote public, that we encountered in Rome that had a fee to enter. And so this also means accessibility from a socioeconomic standpoint, meaning that people should be able to enter restrooms in parks and playgrounds without having to pay a fee. And this is especially prevalent if you are a person with a disability. So here this means not only the infrastructure to support people that are not able-bodied in being able to use the public restroom, it also means in that stage of actually being able to enter it.
Okay, we just have 30 seconds left, so can you just really quickly finish your public?
Yes, absolutely. So our last recommendation was for accessible and inclusive playgrounds, like Francesca said. Francesca, do you want to end with our kind of key takeaways you were going to touch on?
We have 10 seconds.
I would just say, this is a list of our key takeaways, but since we only have 8 seconds, I would say the most important thing is just to include persons with disabilities at every stage of implementation and planning.
Excellent. Thank you both. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome to another Fireside chat here at the ZeroCon Conference 2026. My name is Nico Langmann. I'm a wheelchair tennis player, but today I am not the one who's talking about myself, but I'm a host for this Fireside chat and have a very interesting and incredible guest here with me, Carola Rubia. She is from the Fundación Descúbreme.
That's right, yeah.
And from Chile. She has been a professional tennis player as well. Has been in business and is now at the Fundación working for people with disabilities all around the world. Also with now recently added to the agenda emphasis on tennis and inclusion in tennis. And I'm really excited already to talk about this very specific aspect in the next few minutes. If you may, just introduce yourself a little bit.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Nico. Thank you very much to Zero Project Conference. As you mentioned, I'm Carola, I'm the Executive Director of Fundación Descúbreme. And I'm so happy because one of my passions is tennis. And obviously, my other passion is working for people with disabilities. So combine those worlds has been amazing. A journey that I was expecting, I was wishing, and well, today I'm sitting here talking to you. For me, it's a pleasure to talk with a professional tennis player. It's an honor. So thank you very much for letting me be here with you.
Well, that wheelchair tennis or parasport in general has an impact on society. This is no doubt, I think, and we see it at every Paralympic Games, at every event of parasport that is increasing and growing in the last few years. So this is something that we don't have to discuss, but you especially are from living now in a very specific place in Spain, in Murcia, yes, where the best tennis player in the world is also from. Carlos Alcaraz is also from Murcia. And you start to implement an inclusion aspect in his academy. How does that work and why?
Well, as I mentioned before, I've been a tennis player since I was 12 years old, so you can do the math. And the good thing is that I always...
20 years already.
No, thank you very much. No, but the thing is that I always wanted to be involved with the tennis. And as you said, luckily, I'm a member of the tennis club that is managed by Carlitos Alcaraz's father, Carlos. And my son is training there. And I like to learn. And I saw the difference between the tennis here in Spain and the tennis in Chile. And I decided to learn more. And I discovered that it was a very good opportunity, the way that tennis in wheelchair in Spain was taught. So I decided to improve my know-how, so I took a certification there. And I did in conjunction with the other coach in the academy. It was new for all of us. But it was a great experience, and that was started where the journey that we have done so far.
So let me ask you specifically. There is this big tennis academy with probably one of the most famous names in tennis there is, and you go there and try to implement, or tell them, hey, you don't do anything for wheelchair tennis. You should start doing wheelchair tennis. Is the reaction from the people something like, for sure we should do it? Are they cautious? Are they reluctant? Or are they enthusiastic?
No, they said we should do it.
Okay.
Because that's why in Carlos Alcaraz Academy, they look after to the coaches. They try to have as much as well prepared every coach that trained there. And they saw that not only in the academy, but also in Spain, the tennis in wheelchair is very important. And they have provided different benefits, support. So if you like to join the sport, they allow you to do it. They provide wheelchairs. You know that it is required a very specific wheelchair. Yeah. And everything was available. And we have a very small group, only 3 tennis players, learning how to play tennis in a wheelchair. But it's a great challenge for all of us. Yeah.
And the Fundación that you work for 13 years already, I think you told me, does work in the field of inclusion in general, not just in sport, but in work, specific inclusion, in life, inclusion in general. So what do you think is the impact of parasport for inclusion in general? Can it be a motor for it?
These 13 years, we have been working not only in Chile, because I'm also a Zero Project ambassador, and we, as a Fundación Descúbreme, we look after the Zero Project for Iberoamérica. We try to get close this initiative that we are seeing today to the other organizations in Iberoamérica. And yeah, of course, we have been working in inclusive education, labor inclusion, accessibility, but sport, as you might know, allows you to have a complete and integrated area in which you have your head, your heart, and your body connected. And that's really important when you want to achieve different areas, different projects, or would you like to explore other options. So for us, we had it in mind. As I said before, my passion is tennis. So combining disability with tennis, it has been a great opportunity, not only for me, but I saw that in my team as well.
So would you say when we start to implement wheelchair tennis, as you said, at this club, there's now 3 people who start to learn wheelchair tennis. What is the bigger impact? Or you don't have to rank, but what do you think is the goal you want to achieve more? Is it that these people start to be active and get some extra activity in their lives, some extra fun in their lives? It just can be a big benefit for their lives. Or is it also for the whole group of people there, for the whole club, for the whole community there, to experience diversity on an everyday level, on a sport level, where also the barrier of getting to know someone is often way deeper?
You mentioned something that is very important. We have been working 13 years just with the people with disability, and we are not going to change the world if the rest of the world is aware of what happened with when you have a disability. Either you were born one or you get while you are during your life. And we want the community to be part of, to see that playing tennis, you can do it either in a wheelchair or not. But it's there, it's part of the day-to-day, and that's what we're trying to achieve. We want to make sure that not only the 3 people, but everyone who wants to can talk about inclusion, can talk about diversity, can talk about disability. We want every topic to be in the day-to-day of everyone in the community.
Yeah, that is a very cool extra aspect of parasport. I think that people sometimes forget, or even us athletes sometimes forget, that doing parasport, obviously you do the same thing, you do the same practice, you do the same self-improvement and discipline that you learn, but you also have this kind of ambassador role that you fulfill because you have the disability, and you reach people with it. Someone goes to a tennis match, to a tennis tournament, and he only wants to watch tennis, and it's very innocent. He doesn't go there with any second thought. And then he sees tennis, Carlos Alcaraz, for example, but he also sees someone else. I know Martín de la Puente, he's the best wheelchair tennis player from Spain. And then he sees someone in a wheelchair competing, and just in the back of his mind, he sees, oh, they're obviously also part of the sport, part of society, and maybe we should transcend it to other parts of society as well. So I think this is what the power of parasport can do. But then again, parasport can also be exclusive or also be stereotypical on using something like too much, like we always call it in our community the inspiration porn. I think we don't have to discuss that further. But do you think it's also a danger in using sport in a too stereotypical way for people with wheelchairs, that it's too much of a great thing and not just on a emotionless and just righteous way?
I like to talk about tennis. It doesn't matter if it's in wheelchair or not.
Yeah.
Because that will make a difference. That will, in that way, we will avoid to have this huge stereotype.
Yeah.
And at the Murcia, in the club, tennis club, we talk about tennis. We never make a distinction that, this guy is going to this class or this guy is going to the other class. No, everyone is going to tennis. And that's what I like about join forces and different type. Because it's the same thing to say, this is a woman, or this is a man, or this is for young people, experts, professionals. It's another category, so why to make a difference?
To be honest, now we have to make some advertisement for tennis, because tennis, I think, in this aspect is very inclusive, because you can play it with everyone. You don't have to only just play with each other, because it's the same court. The net is the same size, just for explanation. The only difference in wheelchair sport and wheelchair tennis and able-bodied tennis is that at wheelchair tennis the ball is allowed to bounce twice, but the courts are the same, the net is the same. That's why also with tournaments it's very easy in a way to implement this. And I know that you are also very eager to host a tournament in Spain, yes, to make it visible. Tell us maybe about your plans there for the future.
Well, definitely we are going to repeat the tennis in wheelchair that we had last year in Santiago of Chile. We will do it again in November. So if everyone is in Santiago is invited. But also in Murcia, we are planning to do a tournament in tennis in a wheelchair, and for people in Europe. But also we would like to invite 2 tennis players for Chile. We want to push tennis in Chile because we have seen how good tennis players we have here in Europe, like Nico, but also we want to improve the tennis in our continent, in our country.
So do you have the dream, what is then the dream to maybe also create professional tennis players in the wheelchairs to go to the Paralympic Games? Or is it to create, it can be both obviously, and it shouldn't be one or the other, but is it to also create clubs which are all accessible, so every tennis club is accessible for the hobby player as well, for the guy who wants, or for the girl who wants to play once a week in the wheelchair? Where would you say is your focus on the development, on the sports program of the Fundación?
I want to put a flag in Murcia, highlighting the tennis in a wheelchair. And we will see from that point where we know where we start, we don't know where we'll finish. But to do that, we review the accessibility of the club, which is very important. We review the infrastructure, we review the sponsors. But we want to start just putting one flag in Murcia and then see what happens. Everyone is invited if they would like to do the same thing in their cities or countries. But yeah, that's our first stone.
Then very last question, because I see the time is running out, and because I'm just very, I just really want to know. You are obviously in the club of Carlos Alcaraz, of the father of Carlitos Alcaraz, and do you think that you can get him, as being #1 in the world with many obligations, also to push wheelchair tennis in the club for your Fundación, for your dream?
I know that the academy today is pushing the tennis in a wheelchair. What Carlitos might do depends on what his foundation is planning to do. And I have no idea what they're planning today. But what I do know is that the academy is involved in tennis in wheelchair, and also the Spanish Federation also involved in the tennis wheelchair. And I know that in Chile, there are a lot of efforts, but individual efforts, and what we're trying to do is also to try to help them, because we don't need to forget that our heart is in Chile, however, we have an office in Spain. So that's the main purpose.
Beautiful. So next year, I think Carlos is going to interview you, and then you're going to talk about what you all achieved. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
2, 1. Good afternoon. I'm Tom Butcher with the Zero Project, and I'm here today with Amy and Miles Nicholas, who are directors of Morgan Butchery, which is a family-run traditional butcher based in the UK and a Zero Project 2026 awardee. So I'm going to throw this over. Either of you, perhaps you could kick off by telling us not only a little bit about the genesis of your story, but also what inspired Morgan's Butchery to focus so strongly on accessibility and inclusion within what is the traditional retail environment. But first, one question before even starting. Tell people where you're based and then settle in.
You do a bit.
So we're a small family butchery shop based in the UK, just outside of Cambridge, on the Cambridgeshire, Suffolk and Essex border. We're quite a rural location, and we are a micro business. We set up and took over the butchery a few years ago. Being disabled entrepreneurs ourselves, we wanted to have inclusivity from the get-go built into the design of what we were doing. My father had a stroke in 2018, which left him with multiple disabilities that he had to then learn to live with in a world in the countryside in Cambridge that wasn't built around accessibility.
So it changed my life, having a stroke.
Right.
I've been a butcher all my life,
yeah,
but I couldn't work for anybody else. Sadly, I love my job.
Yeah.
So I had a great idea. We would take over a business which was almost bankrupt for £1.
And was it called Morgan's Butchery before you even started?
And the name was Morgan's.
Yeah.
It isn't our name,
yeah,
but we like the name.
Yeah, and why not? If it's got a brand and it's there and people know it, then why change it?
And people ask why you change.
Excellent.
So I had a stroke. Then there's certain things I couldn't do. So I asked my daughter, would you help me for 2 weeks? Just 2 weeks to get set up a butchery. Then I'll be all right. I didn't realise all the things you need to do in the background having a business. From accounts to payments. I can do butchery, I can make sausages. So I need that support. Because where I found it, I went to get a coffee. And we like coffee. But I can only get 2 cups of coffee. I can get flat white or black coffee. There are other coffees that you can get, but I can't get those. I don't know what they're called. The words disappeared. And when I go to buy a coffee, I'm embarrassed to ask for something, and the person behind the counter never makes me feel at ease. So the shop, what we set up, is to help other people, probably aren't used to buying meat, aren't asking questions, and I can flow and teach people about what we're doing and why we're doing it. And it's almost, I see it as a way that I can teach this wealth of knowledge that I've been given about meat. And I always say we should eat less meat and we should eat better.
And I've never asked you, how long have you owned the butchery?
6 years.
Well, to be here after only 6 years, all I can say yet again is congratulations. It's just great. Do you mind if I ask you another question?
No, please.
So, looking at what you're doing, what would you say is the most innovative aspect of your project, and why do you believe it has been so impactful for disabled customers? And that's for either of you or both.
So what we've been doing in the butchery when we took it over 6 years ago was to set it up with everyone in mind. Everything inclusive, whatever we could do would then, and from our experience, helps everyone.
Yeah.
The curb cut effect, that these little things that you do to help one person actually make life a lot easier for all of us and everyone. As we looked into different solutions that we could access, we then found there was a limited amount of support for retail. We looked at working with Deaf Umbrella to create a retail design training package. So as I had work placement packages, that didn't work in our setting. We wanted to train all of our staff to have deaf awareness, but over a counter for customers coming in. You can't assume the disability of anyone who comes into the shop, and treating everyone as equal kind of makes such a huge impact. We see the things we're doing as little changes, but actually the impact they've had on the community is huge. And we just wish that anyone else in a small business can see these small changes and actively implement them in their own setting.
Yeah. Have you anything to add, Miles?
No, that's spot on. What helps us helps the customer, and it's likewise. But I grew up in a world when customers came first, and we understand that looking after the individual is what we should do.
And just looking at what you're doing, am I not right in believing that butcheries and butcher shops are disappearing?
And sadly they are. Because the supermarkets come in and they have convenience to the right people at the right age.
Because I know in the States where I live, you can go to the big, as you say, the supermarkets, and they've got their stuff, but local stores who actually know what they're doing. So it must be great for your customers to speak with people who understand both customers and what they're selling. And that brings me on to something about learning about customers. So what would you say have been the biggest challenges along the way, and what are your hopes for the future, not only of your retail business, but also retail in general?
So the biggest challenges we faced initially were funding. As a small micro business, which was failing when we took it over, funding wasn't something that we could then invest into all of this amazing technology that there is out there. We had to use our own initiative and make new connections with people. Looking at things we created ourselves, we made a PEX, which is a picture exchange communication system for people with intellectual disabilities, and we printed that off ourselves with paper and ink and a laminator. Anyone could do that in their setting, and it can help so many people. But these things are just overlooked so much, and I just hope that other, multi-million-pound companies, if they can implement a few things, and having people be independent, not having to rely on a carer or rely on assistive technology, because it fails us at times. Apps don't always work. Your phone doesn't always have charge. Having things in the shop that anyone can access and pick up our Braille product list, and not have to rely on a carer, on someone supporting them to say, oh, in this freezer there is this. These are the ingredients it says on the front, because even labels aren't that accessible nowadays. So we've kind of looked at all these little things, and cost was the biggest issue initially. But going forward, the business has got more successful when we've been able to invest more in things like that, which has been great.
And thinking about the fact that both of you, your knowledge base, not only about butchery and meat to start with, but also customers, customer care, customer service. This is a huge corpus of knowledge that you are putting together. How are you going to hand this on? Do you have an apprenticeship system, or do you invite people to come, as it were, interns, to come and work? And because what you've got is incredibly valuable.
Yeah, so we work with apprenticeships, and they come in. We've also worked with work experience students coming in, but we've also shared our knowledge with the Lilac project, which has been set up in the UK, gaining experience from disabled entrepreneurs, and not only how we need support to make the things we need more accessible to run our business, but obviously all these things then reflect to our customers and how we can then adjust going forward in a circle that, again, it's that curb cut appeal that just helps everyone in the long term.
absolutely. And thinking about where you actually are on the kind of three corners of three counties, do you get people from all around and further who hear about you and come and just say, hey, better go to Morgan's. Let's run to Morgan's.
People will come up from London and they fill up their freezers.
Good gracious.
People will travel for nice things.
Yeah.
And what I've learned to do is I know where to get the meat from, who to deal with, the right people.
Yeah.
And I do look after, for me, I've grown up looking after customers and I know that they're my friends. I don't think we have any customers, truthfully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people have a lot to learn from yourselves. And I don't know about you, but working in the world that we do, usually or very often, it's the simplest things that help. And simply, as you say, little by little by little. But it can be incredibly rewarding. How many people do you employ? Or is it just the two of you? Probably not.
There's 3 full-time staff and 2 part-time staff who are holding the fort for us while we're here.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you said, I think patience and time makes a difference to everyone in this world. And again, traveling not only for the quality and the local produce that we have, but if you've got a shop that's accessible, people will go out of their way to come to that shop because, you know, they know they're going to be treated with that dignity and respect. Whereas they could go to another shop and be overlooked and, you know, have to go through a machine. It goes a long way. And if more people could take that on board in retail businesses, even small retail businesses like ours, if we can do it, then I think, you know, everyone else can make some changes.
I think maybe they could, but you two are exceptional. So we've got 2 minutes, 57 seconds left, and I am going to ask my guests, what single takeaway would you like to give our audience? Not only those people sitting in front of us now, but the people who are looking at us on telly or however they're listening to us. What would be that?
Take time for other people. Listen to people. And I think the world that we live in, that we want to get home and watch TV, there are people that we could talk to and pass on our experiences.
Yeah. Amy?
Yeah, I would say the same. It's about taking that time, that personal, person-centered approach goes such a long way in retail, in social settings, in everyday life. I think if we all took that time to get to know the customers that come into the shop, the people who live next door to you, we've lost that. And I think that makes such a huge difference to everyone.
Well, congratulations. I've got 1 more minute, and I'm just going to ask, you both look terribly well, but you work in retail. What days do you take off?
No days.
No days, that's exactly what I thought. Anyway, Amy, Miles, congratulations not only on your award, but congratulations on what you're doing. Congratulations on how you're thinking about passing on the knowledge that you have so that people can share in your invaluable experience and what you're providing to everybody. Thank you so much. And it's goodbye from me at the Zero Project as we hit just about 15 minutes. Bye, everybody, and please tune in to the next one. Thank you so much. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Maya.
Hello and welcome to our Fireside Chat. I'm Neil Milligan. I'm the co-founder of Access Chat, generally a accessibility chaos pixie, giver of hugs and convener in the accessibility space. I'm delighted to be here to interview Mike Hazelwood. Mike is the CEO and founder of SensePilot. Now, Mike and I had a catch-up last week, and I think you'll be excited to hear about the work that Mike's doing. But Mike, please tell us in your own words, what is SensePilot?
Yeah, certainly. So what we do is it's software that takes a live webcam feed and maps out your head direction and facial gestures. So then you can correlate those to mouse clicks, keyboard presses for computer control, and it's accurate enough to enable video gaming.
Okay, so what's different about your solution compared to some of the sort of kit that's out on the market, and what prompted you to enter into this space?
Yeah, certainly. So kind of what makes us different is it's software. So it just uses whatever webcam you have built into your device. So you don't need to get any specialist hardware. So it kind of makes things a little bit easier. As long as you've got access to the internet, you can download a file and install it on the device. You don't need to have a supply chain behind the hardware. So it kind of means we can kind of do things at much lower cost. So you're only just using whatever you have that you can buy from Curry's, PC World, or MediaMarkt, your local Best Buy, or local computer store. So what got us started? So we're actually a family company. So it's myself and my brother-in-law. He previously worked in the augmentative and assistive communication space. So he was doing a lot of work with head tracking, eye tracking, and had this idea of what can we do with just a standard webcam? What's possible? So we started at a hackathon, roped in other family members, so roped in me. My background's in sales and product management, so kind of was a good fit for him as a software developer. My wife, his sister, is also a software developer, and then also their cousin works in social media and marketing. So we kind of assembled a little small team, just wanting to see what we could do, build a small prototype. So that was, May 2024.
So you've moved pretty quickly, and I'm a big fan of democratizing access through standard hardware and software, because one of the biggest barriers to inclusion is price. So the fact that you're doing that is great. So you've moved pretty quickly. So where can people access SensePilot, and how do they get it? You said that you can download the software. Is that a website?
Yep. So just from our website, sensepilot.tech. Just download it and trial it. So we do a 30-day free trial, so you can get in there, play with it, see what works for you. And then also we've kind of been partnering with some of the AT loan centers in the US, so you can try it at those locations, and trying to kind of get into as many different places as possible so people can try it in other institutions as well.
Yeah. I think one of the big barriers is actually getting to try stuff before you buy it. We know that abandonment rates for assistive tech are particularly high. That's pretty wasteful, given that we don't have a ton of money to make available to our community. So keeping the prices down, keeping the hardware prices and software prices down is important. At the same time, you also need to eat when you're a company. So you're based in Estonia. You don't sound Lithuania. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, you don't look or sound Lithuanian to me. So why did you choose to be based out of Lithuania?
So my brother-in-law lives there. I live in the UK.
Yeah.
There was a small political movement from the UK a few years ago. That's probably a conversation for another day. Mm-hmm. But it basically meant that we could get access to EU grants and kind of public funding, so more opportunities. The UK has since got back into some of those programs, but for us it just made more sense to be based out of a European location.
Yeah, very sensible. I think that also that region is very digitalized.
Yeah. Yeah, the country's invested very heavily in the startup ecosystem. There's a lot of big fintech companies moving into Lithuania. There's a lot of game development happening. So there's certainly a lot of exciting things within the startup ecosystem in Lithuania.
One of the other things that I talked to you about when we were chatting offline was the fact that you're not a SaaS software provider. For me, I think this is really important because it enables your users to have a robust experience. Was that something that you consciously decided on?
Yeah, we still do take some of the SaaS principles, and part of that is a drive to keep things low cost. Where if institutions or healthcare systems want that local support, that's adding significant costs. So we're trying to do things by helping the users. Okay, so there's a how-to manual, but then there's also just small recordings. So it's things from SaaS where every time they push an update, they just push a new video. So trying to keep things as light as possible. If you're still stuck, you can then book time, but trying to make that scale globally. It's fine to book time with a local expert, myself or whoever, if you're in like a European time zone, but if you're getting to Australia or West Coast US, that starts getting problematic with sleep.
Yes. Who needs sleep? But you specifically made a download, and you're not reliant on the cloud.
Correct. Yeah. So our system operates locally on device, so you don't need to be connected to the internet. So for data privacy, we're not taking anything. Certainly, we're a small team, so we don't have the time to go down the pathways of data management paperwork. Everything stays, all your settings stay locally on the computer, but also it just means the tool's more responsive, has less strain on your CPU, and it means also, well, if you're using it for AAC, so if you're using a kind of a text-to-speech or symbol-to-speech system, you can use it no matter where you are, if that's your access method. So you're not reliant on cellular internet or being in a good location with good Wi-Fi or things for your voice.
Yeah, I think that there's two things that are really beneficial from having software that is installed and rather than being reliant on the cloud. You've mentioned the robustness of the experience. The other one is actually the InfoSec issues. So my previous job was in a big corporate, and so some of the things that people as consumers like to use as assistive tech became challenging to implement in the corporate environment because they were cloud-based and because of the challenges as to where that data went and who owned that data and so on. So the fact that you've decided to go down the route of having an installable and not making calls to the cloud, I think actually makes it easier for you to go from gaming to a corporate sphere.
Yeah, absolutely. It was designed around gaming, but really works for wider computer control. We just took the gaming as a interesting example because it's quite a complex thing to do, where you need that kind of accuracy, responsiveness, stability, which just benefits everything else in the computer. So that kind of means that focus on the more complex issue benefits, the computer access or use. So if you're using it for web browsing or for work, it's benefited from the design principles.
Yeah. So I'm rubbish at gaming. I tend to use the ones that are turn-based and stuff like that because I'm pretty clumsy, so poor motor control and so on. So are you seeing adoption from different types of user groups for SensePilot, depending on different needs and use cases? What are the primary ones that you're seeing right now?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back to our early days of testing with a friend who had a spinal cord injury. Kind of how do we get him back competing and gaming? Then working in Ukraine with soldiers who'd lost limbs. How do they access the computer? What are they using it for? And then February last year, we had our beta test. So that was a mixture of users, of individuals with spinal cord injury, cerebral palsy, motor neuron or ALS, as well as individuals with repetitive strain injuries or arthritis, and trying to look at the different control methods they need. What inputs do they need to be able to use kind of a tool like this to control the computer, to game whatever they want to do? And so it's understanding that. So yeah, we've seen quite a wide range from users. If you have a look at our app, the whole thing is settings. The app is all settings because everything has to have that level of personalization. That's core to what we do.
So again, one of the things that I was impressed with was the way that you were thinking about being able to recover from situations where users' settings get lost or people need to reverse settings. If you've got a complex set of settings and you start playing around with them, sometimes it can be really difficult to get back to something that works. So how did you resolve that?
Yeah, it's just kind of looking at some of the user interface systems. So if you look at sensitivity settings, those would typically be on like a slider scale. You're going to see that a lot. Yep. But if you can imagine that your sensitivities, you've accidentally clicked something or it's completely wrong or you're setting it up for the first time, it's going to be very difficult to move and drag that slider. So designing around those sorts of things, kind of having large clickable buttons that are spaced out, to make sure that, okay, you can still get to the next step up if you need to. We do have options to like lock out settings as well. So if, an occupational therapist has done an assessment, they typically don't want someone going back in and playing with it.
Yeah. So one of the things that frequently happens with eye tracking devices was that you need to keep recalibrating. Is that the case with SensePilot, or are you able to sort of calibrate on the fly?
No, it's independent of whoever comes to sit there, basically. So it just kind of goes, there's a face, it's scanning it, hundreds of times a second, and it's all just tweakable and personalizable. So it doesn't need that level of recalibration. There are some settings that you can kind of have to recenter if you want. So you can kind of use a switch or a keyboard press or a facial gesture to kind of map those out. But yeah, there's no real calibration needed. You just go in and try it.
Okay. So we've got a couple of minutes left. So what are the next things that you're going to do? So where's SensePilot going next?
Yeah, sure. So there's a lot more things we want to put in and build. So we have speech recognition now, where you can kind of put in a single word, and then that can spit out a keyboard command or mouse click. The next step to that was actually sound recognition. So again, locally on device. So this was kind of the first building block of this. So if you haven't got that clarity of speech, but you can make that repetitive sound, we could capture that. And the next time we hear that whistle, click, hum, whatever, that means that you want to click left mouse, or it means you want to jump in the game, or things like that. So that's on our pathway. We are looking to work closer with game studios as well, to look to see if we can get this embedded within gaming. Certainly there's a great immersivity to it. So, being able to play with it, moving your head around as you look around, you just feel that little bit more engaged without having to wear a full VR headset.
Yeah. So, Ian Hamilton, if you're listening or watching, come and talk to Mike, or Tara, or Bryce. I think you've already talked to Bryce from Microsoft,
yep.
Right? So, remind us, where can we find you? What's the SensePilot website?
Yep, so the website is sensepilot.tech. And if you're here at the Zero Project, we actually have a setup just down in the gaming station on the ground floor. So you can come and have a go as well.
And what games can we fail at?
We've got Minecraft on there, just nice and easy. Just shows some of the good kind of different control characteristics as well.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mike. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you to the Zero team for hosting. It's always a pleasure to be here and part of the community. So I hope that everyone's enjoying the conference, whether they be here or online. And signing off on time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, you can talk with him. Yeah.
Hi, Mohammed. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, that's perfect. So, Margaret here, I just wanted to let you know that we will start in 1.5 minutes, more or less. And basically,
Okay,
let's go through the 4 questions that I prepared beforehand. But if we will have any more minutes, let's just chat very leisurely. So I will ask you about your brother, I will ask you about what you love about your job, etc., etc. And of course, I will ask you about your Neurodiverse Business Award that you have been nominated to. Okay? Is that okay?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, of course.
Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so we will start very, very soon.
Thank you very much.
Did you hear him? No, okay.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Zero Project Conference 2026, where we are talking about accessibility, crisis response, and ICT. To those who can see me or hear me here at the UN, you might notice that I'm sitting here alone. But I am not alone at all. I'm here joined with a great colleague from Libya, Mohamed Abridal, who has a very special initiative that I'm personally very interested in because he's running the Dignity Cuts initiative, which is all about haircuts and grooming for autistic people and how to make that kind of service accessible and inclusive for them. Mohamed, can you tell a little bit about yourself, say hi to the audience, and just introduce yourself?
Hello, and thanks for having me. I am really honored to be here today. I have been a barber for 13 years, but my brother, he told me what this work is really about. Supporting him for more than 25 years. And that experience showed me that our everyday service, especially haircuts, were not built for people with sensory needs. Our traditional barbershop, which are fast, loud, bright, unfamiliar, and unpredictable. And these often lead to sensory overload and fear. And that's why many families around the world stop going to the barbershop and cut their kids at home, not by choice, but because there are no better options. I create Dignity Cut to redesign the service, so they stop doing harm, without any expensive tools or special treatment, only better design and human awareness. So my motivation are simple, that everyone deserves care with dignity and inclusion should be built into the design.
I have a question about the tools you are using, because this initiative seems like something very simple, very scalable, that could be easily replicated all over the world. So can you tell us a little bit more about the model, about the tools you are using? What makes this solution so innovative?
Okay, of course. Most systems are trying to change the person. In Dignity Cut, we change the environment. We deliver haircuts in familiar place, like home, grandparents' house, autism centers, and schools. And also we can deliver in their favorite place or the place they enjoy, like beach, park, and quiet cafes. We use quiet tools, soft lights. We reduce the noise. We follow their singers. If they need a break, we stop. And also we can play their favorite cartoon or music. And they can bring their toys from home too. And the most important thing for me, that only family and loved one will be present. So the control is shared, not taken. And what make it scalable, that the model is simple, low cost, fixable, and it can run at any place, and barber can learn it easy, and they can copy it fast at their local communities.
And I think you have great plans about this initiative. Can you tell us a little bit more about your future plans as well?
Yes, first, I want to grow from single project into a strong system. And in the next 3 years, we will run a local pilot program with NGOs, so we have clear data results. And second, we train other barbers to deliver sensory-friendly haircuts. And we will build more mobile units in different cities, so they become more close to families. And in the next 5 years, inclusive haircuts will be standard in barber training, and sensory-friendly haircuts will be something normal, not special, in autism centers, in schools, and in public spaces.
I think it's very admirable that you took a personal perspective, a personal story, and changed it into something remarkable. And I think I'm not the only person who thinks that. Can you share with us a little bit what award you had been nominated to? Am I saying that correctly? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. Maybe in 3 months or 4 months ago, I started this project. And I was shortlisted lately and in London. And I think my initiative will be something very important in the autism world.
And I think that the Neurodiverse Business Award is definitely one step to achieve that dream, and that you will be able to really make it in the whole world, make it more global. And who knows, maybe the Zero Project Award will be next. Do you think about trying to nominate your solution?
Of course, I will apply. And I want Dignity Cut to become something normal in the world. Because every child deserves to have to feel safe during the haircut. So I would do my best to apply to anything that help them.
I'm very glad to hear this. And just so maybe those people who are not that used to interacting with many autistic children can understand a little bit about the challenges that they can have in a hairdresser or at a barber. Some people don't like when their hair is touched, or when their head is touched, or when they are having the bright light, etc., etc. And this is why you describe that it's so important for the environment in a barber or a hairdresser to be accessible and to be adapted to that need. So it's really great to see how you, with your initiative, bringing it home to a safe environment, can be that one more small step to make a change in the world of autistic children. And I do have a question about that, because you are focusing on children, but do you also do service for adults? Or right now it's only children that you are helping with this?
My brother is the adult. He's almost 30 years old now. So I do adults and teenager and kids. And there is no big difference between them. The most important thing is we give them time, because some of them, they need a break. If we give them the break and we ask parents before we start the cut what they fear and what previous experience that they have, and many things we should do before the haircut. So yes, I do with adults too. But my brother is already adults now.
Also, thank you for sharing that. And to start wrapping up our little conversation, because we are nearing the 5-minute to go mark, do you have any call to action, or do you are looking for some people to connect with you? Can you just do a small shout out to those kind of persons?
Yes, of course. There are estimated that around 70 million people around the world are autistic. And this is a big group of people. And many of them do not go to barber shop because the environment there is overwhelming. And this is not their mistake. This is a system failure and a problem at the design. Dignity Cut can fix this. And everyone deserves to feel safe during the haircut. We are ready and we are looking for partners to help us to test this new way, this new calm way of grooming. If you want a grooming service to become more kinder and inclusive, come partner with us this year, because dignity should never be an option. And thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so, so much. We are nearing the 5-minute mark, as I said, but I also want you to know that Mohammed is really taking this Fireside Chat very seriously. He especially went to a place that would have a stable internet connection, because sometimes there is a shortage of electricity. So he really made all of the steps in order to connect with everyone at ZeroCon 26, to share his experience, to share his story, and to find others, maybe autistic persons, maybe other hairdressers, because I know there are some at ZeroCon as well, to make sure that his solution would be seen and maybe find some good partners for the future. Mohammed, thank you so, so much for your time. Thank you for your dedication.
Thank you very much. I'm honored.
And if anyone is also interested in his solution, please remember to check the ZeroCon site in few days, because we will be putting a presentation from Mohammed and a report that he had written about his solution. So this could be shared as a very valuable resource for everyone interested in this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Hi, Steve, are you there?
Yes. Hi, Tom.
How are you
Good
doing?
afternoon.
How are you doing?
Yes, I'm good.
Great
Good
stuff.
to see you.
And you as well. We've got about 5
Thank you. See you soon, Tom.
I will see you soon. Absolutely. Bye. Yeah, that's great. Four, three, two, one. Good afternoon. I am Tom Butcher with the Zero Project here at our conference in Vienna. And this afternoon, I have the great honor, sadly virtually, of being with Steve Li of China's Suzhou Realinda Technologies, a 2026 award winner. Suzhou Realinda Technologies has developed an accessible map ecosystem. And I am going to ask Steve, who I can see on the screen in front of me, if he would start off by telling us a little about the initiative. Steve, over to you.
Hi, Tom. Good afternoon, folks. I'm Steve Zhu from Suzhou Realinda Technologies. So my initial initiative to create an accessible map ecosystem is to help the people with different disabilities to navigate the cities with ease and dignity. So, many infrastructures in the city are still far away from perfect. So we need a little bit different navigation platform that is different from traditional navigation apps to make us live our lives better. Because I am actually with cerebral palsy, and I'm a full-time wheelchair user, so I know exactly what wheelchair users need to navigate through their world.
Excellent.
That's yeah.
Thank you. And if I remember rightly, you are already present and have already looked at a number of cities in China. Could you tell us a little bit about those cities? Are they large? Are they small? And what are some of the challenges that not only you have come across, but that you have helped solve and hope to help solve? And I leave it to you to riff. Over to you.
Okay, so we have covered 13 cities in China. Basically, they are second-tier cities, not too large or not too small, because the smaller cities, they don't have enough accessible infrastructures to raise or to mark on the maps. I think they have limited influence for the users. So when we accessible restrooms, accessible toilet, whether the bridge have a lift access or not, something like that, or even the CapCut is available for the sidewalks. So basically, we have AI-powered algorithm to calculate the accessible route to help the person with disabilities to navigate through the city. So except for the technologies, we have maybe the biggest problem is maybe funding, I would say, because we funded by many local authorities or even CDPF, but we are still finding a sustainable way to make more and more infrastructures or POIs on the map and involve more public services like we mounted a lot of devices onto the bus fleet in Changzhou City to make the bus navigation more easier, because here in China we don't always have accessible bus in every bus route.
Right. And do you focus on wheelchair accessibility or across a range of different accessibility challenges?
Actually, initially, we most focused on wheelchair access because I myself is a full-time wheelchair user. But later, we focused both on wheelchair users and for the visual impairment. We think these two kinds of people with disabilities, they challenge the most in their daily lives.
Right. Thank you so much. So what you are doing requires you to integrate vast amounts of data from many different inputs. Can you describe just as simply as you can the different types of data input that you need to make what you're doing successful?
I think maybe we integrate a lot of data, including whether the bus coming is accessible or not, or whether the sidewalk has cup curbs, or whether there is an accessible toilet or not, or whether the bridge have lift or ramp access or not, something like that. Basically, we use the data that we would use for public transportation.
Right.
or by including our daily lives.
Right. I'm going to go back right to the beginning of your initiative and your project. What was your motivation, Steve, for establishing Suzhou?
Okay. Actually, during I'm purchasing my PhD degree, I have traveled a lot, internationally, including the European countries, North America, Australia, and many countries. I see maybe the infrastructures there are much better than here in China. And after I get back to China, I was thinking, is there any solutions for us to let the people here in China, there are 85 million people with disabilities here in China. I think maybe one of the largest disabled communities in the world. And I'm learning computer science. So I was thinking, what can I do to help the community? That's the initiative.
Great. Absolutely commendable. And going from there to where you are now, what would you say were the 3 major challenges that you have had to address to achieve what you have already, Steve, which is quite considerable?
I think maybe 3 major challenges will be there are many different bureaus. They are actually connecting or they are investigating many facilities, but they are not so detailed in data format. So we are doing it again to reconfirm the data. That's the first one. And the second one, we are always encountering we are lack of volunteers around across the countries to help us to collect the data countrywide, nationwide.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah.
Third,
yeah.
And third, maybe a little bit lack of funding. So actually, I think these are the 3 major challenges.
Great. Thank you so much. But you seem to have overcome them to a certain extent, well, quite a large extent, to have achieved what you've already achieved. One final question, which is, you are providing accessibility by what you're doing, but doing what you're doing, you're also promoting safety. Can you talk to that aspect of your initiative?
Yes, I promote one aspect especially. Here in 2022, there are 2 people who is in wheelchair. They encountered very dangerous situations here in China because of lack of the standardization of the public ramp access in the sidewalk.
Yeah.
So we have, from then, when we collect data in our work, we collect every data and ramp in a ramp CapCuts.
Yeah.
So when we navigate the wheelchair users or for the visually impaired to guide them through the cities when we use the accessible route, we will inform them whether the CapCuts in front of them is safety enough for them to navigate through or not.
Right.
Yeah. I think we always put safety as the most priority.
Great. Thank you so much. That's what I thought. Steve, we've just got a little bit of time left, so I'm going to ask you to help wrap up our session by providing my listeners here, who are sitting in front of me, and everybody who's watching this on TV with a single takeaway that will enthuse them, inspire them, and also tell them more and encapsulate what you're doing?
I think we are living in an AI era, but AI can do a lot of things to help improve our inclusiveness and accessibility, because we always think AI can do a lot to be like to make work more cost effective, or we always thinking about robots or something like that. But I think what AI truly can do is they can help people with disabilities to help them make their lives better.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, I'm only sad that you're not here physically and I could meet you and spend much more time with you, and that you had been able to present your incredible initiative to everybody else here. But since we haven't been able to meet in reality, we've met in virtuality, and thank you very much indeed, and I look forward to seeing your technologies in many more cities, perhaps outside China, and I hope that our community can help you take it where you want to go. So, Steve, thank you once again. Thank you very much indeed, viewers. I think we've been honored to have Steve with us, and I'm sure you can look him up on the web and find out more if you want to. Steve, look after yourself. Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
this fireside chat on practical solutions for inclusive nutrition programs. My name's Carolyn Moore, and I am the Director of Policy and Advocacy for Spoon. And in just a minute, I'll be joined remotely by my colleague Lorna Mary Namasuswa, who's a Nutrition Technical Officer with Spoon. And Spoon is a global organization that focuses on improving nutrition for children with disabilities. And we do this because we know that while nutrition is one of the most important things for children to grow and thrive, children with disabilities are at very high risk of malnutrition. This is a problem we've known about for a long time. We have the data. Global data show us that children with disabilities are about 3 times as likely to be malnourished. And Spoon recently has had the opportunity to partner with Access to Health Zambia, Korsu Rehab Hospital, to look at this issue in Zambia and Uganda, and again found very high rates. For example, about almost 70% of children with disabilities being stunted in Zambia, and about 16% being wasted in Uganda. And this risk is especially high for children with feeding difficulties. And we know a big part of this is because children with disabilities face very significant barriers to receiving the nutrition support that they need. And this can really rapidly increase in crisis settings when both malnutrition risks and barriers to care can go up very quickly. So we know the problem, and Lorna is here to tell us what are some of the solutions, what's working in her perspective. Unfortunately, the network with Lorna is pretty bad today, so we're switching to our backup plan, and we'll be showing a video that we pre-recorded. So you'll see Lorna speaking, and then you'll also see me on a different day asking her some of the questions. So let's start the video, please.
Okay, welcome Lorna. Thank you so much for being with us. We'd love to hear, in your experience, what are some of the practical steps we can take to improve nutrition support for children with disabilities?
Thank you, Caroline. In my role, I work with families, health facilities, and policymakers to improve nutrition support for children with disabilities. There are certainly barriers in making inclusive nutrition a reality, including the fact that many of our interventions are not designed to include children with disabilities. Another barrier has been limited early identification of children with disabilities and those with feeding difficulties, along with limited knowledge by health workers to support the children that they receive in such categories. When it comes to communities, we have seen that many of the families having children with disabilities lack community support. The good news is that Spoon has been seeing improvement. Our program data has shown reductions in multiple indicators of malnutrition who are accessing our programs. A few things have really been key for us, and those have been working in partnerships with different developmental partners, but also the government entities such as the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. This reinforces sustainability when our projects have closed. Another thing that has been really key is building practical support for the people, for the health service providers who are going to work with these children, as well as integrating digital health, as you see how it comes in a good way to support the health workers when they are delivering support to the caregivers. As a partner, we work within Uganda's health system to support provision of inclusive nutrition services for children with disabilities. This is through the twin track approach, where we see that the routine services that are provided for all children in Uganda or that all children in the health facilities can be inclusive for also children with disabilities, but also strengthen any linkages to any more intense services that the children with disabilities might particularly need. We work with a range of health facilities, some of which serve refugees and also populations in high food insecurity areas. We work directly with health facilities to make sure that nutrition services are more accessible through training, mentoring, and using our digital support tool, as well as advocacy. Our focus is on building practical skills that health workers can apply immediately within their day-to-day work while interfacing with families of children with disabilities. For example, we teach our health workers to weigh and measure children for whom the traditional techniques might not really work for. If a child comes in and they can straighten their legs, if a child comes in and they have contractures, then there's a tweak that we do so that train them in so they can be able to take the correct measurements for these children. Our training also helps the health workers to assess for feeding difficulties and coach caregivers on how to feed them safely and comfortably to achieve a positive mealtime experience. Things like modifying food textures for children who are having trouble with swallowing, as well as chewing, and then proper positioning go a long way in improving the mealtime experiences for children. Through training and ongoing mentoring, we have seen health workers gain confidence in identifying feeding difficulties, adapting nutrition counseling, and supporting the children who need longer-term or more individualized care. So rather than referring families away or turning them away, we've seen providers become more responsive to support these children who come into their care. Our digital support to Count Me In reinforces this learning at the point of care. Health workers use it to guide assessment, feeding recommendations, and caregiver counseling. In advocacy, Spoon has been raising the need for inclusive nutrition at policy and program levels. Using our program data, it has given us a more accurate sense of the issue in Uganda and generating a lot of interest. We've been presenting in different roundtables and nutrition technical working groups and other technical working groups, as well as to other OPDs and other partners. And this is helping us to build the momentum for the interest in disability. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lorna. We can learn so much from your experience. I'd love to hear a little bit more about your experience with ICTs. We know that's a theme for the Zero Project this year. How can information and communication technologies play a role in getting some of the things that you're describing up to scale?
So to translate training into day-to-day practice, Spoon uses Count Me In, a digital application built specifically for low-resource health settings. The app is designed for real-world realities, such as it works offline and runs on basic gadgets, such as basic smartphones or tablets, or if one can access a computer, it can work on a computer. Health workers who have gone through the training use Count Me In as a clinical decision support tool to help them put their training into practice. I'll give an example. So let's look at Sarah, a child with disability coming to access services at our facility. When Sarah comes in at the clinic, the app guides the health worker step by step to assess Sarah's nutrition, screen for feeding difficulties, and understand how Sarah is being fed. The step-by-step assessment for nutrition for Sarah's case can highlight any challenges. If Sarah cannot straighten her legs, that means we will not take the height. If Sarah has contractures, that means we shall not take the work. And also screening for feeding difficulties. And these are usually missed by the standard tools that we use for nutrition assessment. So based on the assessment and the information that we have given or input into the app, the health worker then is able to the app is then able to generate for us an individualized care plan. It guides them through counseling, the caregiver, with practical recommendations, and makes recommendations for follow-up and referrals. So Count Me In supports the health worker to do an efficient, accurate assessment. So far for the time we have been working with different health facilities and different sites, we have over 1,800 children that we have put into the system, into the Count Me In system, which is a very good number, and it gives us very good information altogether. At systems level, Count Me In produces the much needed data on nutrition and feeding difficulties for children with disabilities. So we see that this data is typically missing from the routine health information system. Spoon uses these insights to inform advocacy and system strengthening, supporting the case for adapted tools and guidelines, inclusive indicators, and nutrition services that work for children with disabilities. In this way, Count Me In is not just a service delivery tool. It is a data-driven lever for more inclusive nutrition systems. As we have deployed Count Me In across the health settings in Uganda, we have learned that technology alone does not change practice. Systems and people do. So one of the key lessons is that ICT must be embedded within the existing workflows. Also, training and ongoing mentoring are very essential. We've seen that initial training builds the familiarity of knowledge and information that you're giving to the health workers. But when you keep on doing the mentorships, we have seen that the health workers build confidence, and also it helps them to troubleshoot any challenges and do the problem solving and improve on their problem solving skills while integrating it into the clinical decision making. We have also learned the importance of designing for contextualities. So I earlier mentioned that the app has an offline version. So during our earlier implementation, one of the key things that came out was the connectivity, poor connectivity, internet connectivity around some parts of the country, and the teams then requested for an offline version. And this has been really well used. So when they are in a place where there's no connectivity, they can still work. When they get into the connectivity zone, then they can always just feed their work onto the server. Also, it being simple for them to easily navigate it around, the interfaces being easy and usable by anyone without even much training or support. And also the speed is for them to be able to move. As I said earlier, that there's a heavy workload, so they need to work very fast to be able to finish their lines by the end of that day. So we see that the offline functionality, the simplicity and the speed are really critical for adoption. We've also seen that success of the ICT tool will also depend on the ownership and buying at the health facility level. So here we have included the hospital administrators, but also the heads of departments, nutrition, to be able to come along in the training, and they understand how this is going to work. They are also the supervisors of Count Me In, while at the facility level. We've also been talking to the district and national level administrators. We've talked to the district health teams, Ministry of Health, the nutrition division, the disability division, and then the division of digital health information. And these help to understand how ICT can improve services and inform decisions. Overall, we've seen that ICT deployment requires not just a good technology, but a right enabling environment. So you have to make sure that the processes, the people, and the policies are all working together. So you have to make sure you bring together the implementing teams and also the policy teams, and then this can support in making sure that the tool that has been developed can do something right for what it was designed for.
What's your call to action? How can we improve inclusion in nutrition programs?
So I think I have just a few things to talk about here. I think for me, mostly programmers should design nutrition programs that are inclusive by default. Inclusion should be a starting point with specific strategies and not just general intention. We've seen that many people come up with projects and they say, we shall support children with disabilities, but they never mention exact objectives and the outcomes that they want to achieve with such children. So we want to see that for each project that is developed, let them be intentional to see that the children with disabilities are actually included. Then frontline workers should be equipped with practical skills and decision support tools to deliver and advocate for inclusive services.
Thank you so much. Thank you to Lorna for your great presentation. And sorry we weren't able to bring you on live, but thanks so much for pre-recording in case this did happen. Thanks so much to our audience here and online. If you want to know more about Spoon, or if I can connect you with Lorna, please find me here. And if you're watching online, just go to spoonfoundation.com and reach out that way and we can connect you to the speaker. Thank you.
Ich muss da reinschauen, gell? Hello, good afternoon. Welcome live from the Zero Project Conference 2026 from the Vienna International Center. My name is Anna Königseder. I'm the Director of Business Partnerships and Operations within the Zero Project team. And I'm very happy to welcome and introduce you to my guest today, Camilla Rühl, the Research Director of the Universal Design Hub from the Bevica Foundation from Copenhagen. Hello, Camilla. Welcome.
Hello, thank you.
So we are going to talk about the Bevika Scholarship Program, and before we dive into the questions, I want to add that I've had the honor to be part of the expert panel twice already. It has been an extremely exciting experience, and thanks a lot in this way also for inviting the Zero Project to be part of this program. So, Camilla, what is the ambition of the scholarship program from the foundation point of view? So, why did you create it?
Thank you, and thank you for inviting us and for letting us be here and talk about the scholarship program. The Bevika Foundation, we created the scholarship with the ambition of enhancing universal design into curricular building in universities and design schools. We in the foundation work with universal design as a knowledge field. We see universal design as a means to create a more equitable society and a more equitable inclusion of people with disabilities. So we strategically also work with a focus on building the knowledge field of universal design through research and education, which is why we then decided to create a scholarship program. And the scholarship program, just briefly, is a 2-year program where we focus on knowledge and network building from the participants. The participants are either students or teachers, lecturers at university colleges, universities, or design schools in Denmark. And they go through different phases where year 1 is on knowledge building and competition, submission of proposals, and awardees of scholarship, the scholarships. And then year 2 is travel year, where the awardees then travel out into the world and investigate a problem that they have defined in the beginning of the process, where they study universal design within their specific field. So it's a 2-year program because it has lots of activities, and year 1 is knowledge building, and year 2 is traveling and investigating internationally.
Thanks a lot. So I've witnessed myself that the participants of this program come from very different disciplines. So perhaps you could explain a bit why you have this focus on this interdisciplinarity.
Yes. It's very important to us that the scholarship is a multi- and interdisciplinary scholarship program. So we invite participants from all disciplines. We do so because when we work with universal design, we work with universal design as defined in the CRPD, which includes all sectors of life and hence also all disciplines. So we believe that we need to work and develop universal design as a multidisciplinary tool and concept, which is why the scholarship also has this multidisciplinary focus. We also believe that the problems that we need to solve together in the community that you're also building here at Zero, they are complex and they are interdisciplinary. So they need to be solved through that lens. We need to work together across disciplines and sectors to create actual equitable inclusion.
And so as all programs and scholarship programs, they all have challenges, but also potentials. So perhaps you would like to share with our viewers online, but also the participants here on the ground, the challenges that you have faced in introducing and also implementing these scholarship programs, but also what do you see as potentials of this program? Where do you see it develop in the next 5 years, for example?
Yeah. It's a very new program. We've only done 2 cycles of it. And thank you again so much for
in there twice
for participating and bringing all your knowledge into it. I think that one of the challenges is such a hard word, but one of the things that we're focusing on developing and keep on sort of challenging ourselves within the program is the multi/interdisciplinary take. That universal design as a concept is still by many, not by everyone, but by many understood as something only relevant in architecture and design. So disseminating, communicating how universal design is a multidisciplinary concept is one of the tasks that we're constantly working on. Actually communicating this to students and to educators and teachers, that regardless of their discipline, whether they are studying law or environmental psychology or transportation or whatever they are doing, then they are relevant in the program. So that's one of the things. On the other hand, that's also one of the biggest potentials, is that when we do welcome the new group in the cycle, we do see these very many disciplines. We've had, in only 2 cycles, 250 plus participants through the program, representing, 50 plus study programs within the Danish context. So it's not that it's not there, but it can grow, and there are also still disciplines that we are working on getting into the program.
Thanks a lot for sharing. And I think what might be also interesting for other organizations, what could you mention as one of the biggest surprises or unplanned outcomes even?
Well, there are many wonderful things. There are just many wonderful things in working with education, knowledge building, as we do in the scholarship program. But besides having an ambition of growing and facilitating a growing knowledge field in universal design, we are also focusing on networking, network building, and accommodating, or at least meeting demand from young students, but also teachers throughout the academia in the Danish context who are wishing to know more, who are wishing to work with universal design within their field. So it's wonderful to meet that interest, but I think that one of the great successes so far in a still very young scholarship program is that it appears that we managed to build a network. So when we bring the participants together in workshops early on in the program, we see this network building. And you could say that they are competitors because they are competing for an award, but we don't see that in the context. We see that they actually share their knowledge, they share their resources and their network with each other. Maybe because they are from very different disciplines, so they actually become early on very supportive of each other. We've also created an alumni network, which is growing, and people come back. Even also people who didn't win or wasn't awarded a scholarship, they join the alumni network and stay in the community, which is very important to us. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. We have a little bit of more time, as I see. So perhaps one question regarding the last cohort, the last winners. Would you like to present them a bit? What kind of projects they presented and what kind of travel plans they followed up with?
Yeah. I think one of the things that I haven't talked about yet is that the whole scholarship is built on the idea of acknowledging and encouraging ideas and innovation from both students and teachers, so that they compete on a problem or a question they want to investigate. And then they have to travel abroad. They have to travel to an international knowledge environment. And so one of the wonderful things about that is that we both depend on collaborators and partners internationally, but that there also are a huge willingness and openness and interest in actually hosting our scholars when they travel abroad. So 2 of the main winners from the last 2 cycles I would mention is the first One was the main winner in the student category, Daura van Woeren, who is actually also present at
Yes,
Zero.
I just wanted to mention that she's here, so for everyone on the ground, look her up at the conference platform. Certainly a very interesting conversation partner.
Absolutely. And Daura was investigating the intersection between climate changes and crisis response and disability through the lens of universal design. So obviously she's here for this conference, but she is also, she ended up spending her scholarship on traveling the world, talking to experts and different knowledge environments for almost a year. One of the winners from this last cycle came out of architecture, urban planning, and political architecture, and is investigating housing and care facilities for an aging population through the lens of universal design. And she's also traveling at least to the North American, the African, and the Asian continent. She's also going to travel quite globally to meet with experts and visit different expert environments.
Very interesting. And when does the next program start? This might also interest our viewers and participants.
Yes, right now is year 2 in the current cycle, so we are sending almost 30 awardees out into the world. They started traveling, and then we start recruiting again in the fall. So we start the next cycle a year from now, and then they'll be traveling again, and you can meet them. Maybe you'll even host one. So yeah.
Very good. Anything else you wanted to add or to share, or also encourage research institutes from all over the world to join and to join your network and to support your scholarship?
Yes, I'd like to say that if anyone is interested in knowing more about the scholarship and maybe hosting one of our scholars, then please reach out. And because we depend on that. We believe in international collaboration and partnerships and sharing knowledge and developing knowledge together. And then I would also like to say that there is so much hope in the scholarship program, because also here at Zero we talk about community, we talk about young voices, we talk about the importance of community and partnerships and collaboration, and that's what we see in the scholarship program. There's a strong, forceful, engaged, passionate new generation of people coming out. So that's really wonderful.
It's definitely the ambience and atmosphere that I've witnessed when I was there for the award ceremony last time. So thanks a lot, Camilla, for sharing all this information on the Bevika Scholarship Program. So for everyone who is on the ground, don't hesitate to contact Camilla and her colleagues regarding this scholarship program. And online, I think you can also find enough information on on the website of the Bevika Foundation. So also for everyone here, there is an interesting session coming up on Friday on universal design that is also chaired by Camilla, so stay tuned. And there are a lot of interesting fireside chats still coming up today and the next 2 days. I have to say goodbye to everyone online, and I hope you enjoyed this fireside chat and you stay tuned for the Zero Project Conference 2026 live from the Vienna International Center. Thank you and goodbye. Thank you, Camilla.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this Fireside chat. Today, we will be talking about a really important topic for the disability community, which is advocacy and system transformation. And to dive into this topic and to learn from real experience of transformation, today we have with us Dr. Kush Kanuria, who is a disability rights champion from the United Kingdom. And in the coming minutes, we will be learning from the different campaigns that he launched in that country. So thanks very much for being here with us today. And I would like to start the conversation by asking you, how did you start your journey in campaigning and systems change?
Thank you very much, Daniel. It's a great honor to be here at the UN and Zero Project. So I have a lived experience of disability since childhood. Originally, my career went into investment banking, and then I realized profit without purpose is meaningless. And I've really benefited from the power of sports. I was the last person to accept to be a torchbearer for London 2012 Paralympic Games. And then soon after, I joined a charity called Level Playing Field, and they had been in a 5-year campaign with the Premier League about making all Premier Leagues football clubs accessible for wheelchair users. So I'll give you an example, like my local football club is Chelsea. So we have a 40,000-seater stadium. And technically, all they needed was 1 or 2 wheelchair spaces, an accessible toilet, and an accessible entrance, and they met the Equality Act. But it wasn't proportionally representational to the number of wheelchair users in society. So we started a campaign. This was led by a lady called Joyce Cook. I joined midway. We're working with grassroots organizations, disabled supporters associations. We worked with media organizations to raise awareness. And then we were passing a bill in the House of Lords to create reasonable adjustments. And this was when the Premier League received $5 billion in TV rights, and they were complaining about, I think, making 20 million reasonable adjustments in the stadiums. And I ended up becoming friends with the director for the redevelopment of Chelsea Football Club, my local club, explaining him basically why we need to make sporting stadiums accessible for everybody, for disabled supporters. They planned to move to Wembley Stadium back in the day when they were owned by Roman Abramovich. And essentially, the 2 biggest offenders were Chelsea and Manchester United. And when Chelsea made reasonable adjustments, Manchester United soon followed. So I give the analogy, I was like a super sub coming up on halfway and then scoring a goal like in the Champions League final. But it was a David and Goliath battle, a small grassroots organization transforming the Premier League. And now I work with the sister organization, Accessible, and we are partners of UEFA and FIFA in regards to making their tournaments accessible for disabled people.
No, this experience, it's really amazing. First, for the grassroots component and how society and citizens can really trigger change. And then what you said, that other teams follow suit afterwards by setting the right example. I would like to move to another of your successful campaigns, which is NHS, the big healthcare provider in the public sector in the United Kingdom. And I would like you to tell me more about this campaign and why it was so important.
So I'm a child of the NHS. The NHS, I believe, is one of the largest health systems in the world. The founding principle of the NHS is accessible for all, free at the point of delivery. I was a governor at Chelsea Westminster Foundation Trust in the London Borough of Kensington and Chelsea. And essentially, they wanted to start charging for disabled parking. And initially, I thought they didn't know the evidence base. So I explained disability, one of the strongest predictors of poverty in society, only 1/3 of our tube stations being accessible, UN stating there's been a systematic violation of disabled people's rights. That didn't make any difference. One of our values as a trust was unfailingly kind. That didn't make a difference. As a patient governor, I'm elected by the patients. I got the whole of the council of governors to strongly oppose. They delayed their decision from 2018 to 2019. So when they announced it, I said, if you do this, I'll start a national campaign to abolish all disabled car parking charges in all NHS hospitals in England. And they just said, Kush, you're welcome to do what you want. Essentially, who challenges the NHS? I become an ambassador for Disability Rights UK, and in 2019, there's a health think tank in the UK called the King's Fund, and the Minister of Health and Social Care at that time, Matt Hancock, was doing his keynote speech. After the keynote speech, there was an opportunity for Q&A, so I jump up, give the evidence base, mention what's happening in Chelsea Westminster, and I ask the minister for his support. As ministers so often do and politicians, he ignored the question. At the same event, there was Simon Stevens. Simon Stevens was the CEO of NHS England, the so-called most powerful person in the NHS. I approached him, evidence-based Chelsea Westminster campaign. All Simon Stevens could do was he just laughed in my face for 5 minutes. How audacious, you think you can challenge the NHS? Who are you? The world works in mysterious ways. There were journalists in the audience from the Times and the Telegraph. They contact me on LinkedIn. I interview with the Times and the Telegraph. The following day, the Daily Mail contacts me. So on the Monday, we were published in the Times, the Daily Mail, the Telegraph. Then BBC London contacts us. We start working with lots of organizations, MPs from all the main political parties. And essentially, an early general election was called in 2019, and we get the campaign into the Tory manifesto, into the Labour manifesto, and I got agreement by Lib Dems. So we transformed over 200 NHS hospitals, abolishing all disabled car parking charges, supporting over 3 million blue badge holders, getting the UK government to allocate an additional £1 billion into this policy change. I received an honorary doctorate from Kent University 3 years ago, and they said it was the most significant and impactful change in the treatment of disabled people since the founding of the NHS.
Sometimes when discussing with colleagues at the European Disability Forum, we often say that a good campaign and good media coverage is sometimes more effective than a court case. And I think this proves how you manage to change something using this type of campaigning. That's really important. Another topic that I wanted to ask you about relates to one of the other campaigns that you successfully implemented, which is the ultra-low emission zones I think in London City. And this is important because it highlighted the tension between sometimes accessibility and disability rights and climate justice. So I would like you to tell us a bit more about this campaign and how you addressed this tension that sometimes some people see.
So at exactly the same time that we transformed the NHS in 2021, London introduced the ULEZ, the ultra-low emission zone. So it was essentially a £12.50 charge per day for more polluting cars. But this was implemented without adequate reasonable adjustments for disabled people. Only 1/3 of London's tube stations are step-free. So for a disabled person to access primary care, secondary care, social care, to go to visit the shops for supermarket, £12.50 per day. And it was essentially a clash between climate action and disability rights. And essentially London was saying, like, either we have accessible environments or we have, like, clean air. And the premise of the campaign was no, clean air is a human right, but so is accessible environments. Climate action has to go hand in hand with climate justice and social justice. Otherwise, all we'll do is disproportionately impact those that have been already the most impacted. If you look at the stats for COVID-19 in the UK, 60% of all COVID-19 deaths were disabled people, even though the Office of National Statistics estimates disabled people amount to 17% of the population. 17% of the population, 60% of the deaths. So we started another campaign with Inclusion London. We had a vote at the London Assembly. I lost the vote by 2. I had Labour and Lib Dem vote against. At that time, they had a strategic pact. Green Party and Tories supported. But essentially, we created reasonable adjustments again. We exempted all DWP, Department of Work and Pensions, disability benefits. It supported up to 320,000 disabled people in London. And we also increased grants for wheelchair-adapted vehicles from £2,000 to £5,000 to £10,000. Because the other thing they hadn't contemplated was it wasn't just the cost of buying a compliant car, it was also the cost of adapting the car for a disabled person's needs. I was having disabled people coming up to me and saying, Kush, for me to buy a compliant and adapted car, it can cost anything up to £50,000. And I honestly believe this is the first time significant. ULEZ was the world's first ultra-low emission zone, and it's the world's largest ultra-low emission zone. Eventually, it's going to, climate action, we're going to have to implement it in all cities. I believe this was the first time significant climate policy was adapted for disabled people in regards to reasonable adjustments. And I believe this is a model that can be implemented now across the world. Like afterwards, what happened in the UK, Birmingham and Bristol replicated the same disability discrimination from London, but they didn't implement the reasonable adjustments. So now I work with Transport for London on IDAG, the Independent Disability Advisory Group, in regards to providing confidential strategic advice and guidance for disability inclusion.
This is indeed a good example of why the disability community needs to get involved in climate change and climate-related discussions. I think that many people here, both physically and online, would like to be as successful as you've been in such campaigns. So I would like to ask you, what have you learned from all these years in campaigning?
So I think one of the main things that I find is systems, they value academic experience and they value work experience. And the most critical missing component is lived experience. But we need lived experience in the bodies of power that speak truth to power. I believe it's really important to focus on inner change before outer change, because we all have limiting beliefs. In the Q&A to the minister, I could feel like my heart pounding and thinking I'm kissing my career in the health system goodbye. But if I went into those limiting beliefs, I wouldn't have been able to speak truth to power. I think it's important that we build bridges with everyone, because the truth is we were published in very right-wing newspapers, and I worked with all the political parties because I was worried about a hung government. I don't know who's going to be elected. If I don't get the policy into all the manifestos, I risk not creating systems change. I think it's really important to embed the disability mantra, nothing about us without us, into all the work that we do. And if you see all the campaigns that I've done, the slogan of the Zero Project is a world with zero barriers, but it essentially is following the social model of disability, that the barriers and the inequality that we face is inaccessible environments and negative attitudes. And essentially, that's the premise of the campaign. And even the Equality Act, I find a lot of people do not understand the law. A lot of people think if I treat everyone equally, I treat everyone fairly. And actually, with disability, sometimes we need to treat people differently to treat them fairly. And then the power of faith and belief and letting go and emergence. And also, I like to talk about reframing. Like when I was young, I used to think of my disability as a curse. Like, why am I smaller? Why am I weaker? Why am I always in pain? But actually, my disability is a blessing. The disability has given me meaning and purpose in life. It's helped me transition from being an investment banker to being a social entrepreneur. If it wasn't for the disability, I wouldn't have led on all these systems changes. So to me, the disability has given me such a great purpose in life.
So we don't have much time left, but I would like to ask you one last question. And this question is about the future. So what would you like to see in the future when it comes to disability campaigning and leadership?
So we need proportional representation of disabled people. In the UK, we estimate disabled people amount to 25% of the population approximately. But if you look at national government, local government, regional government, public sector, we're nowhere near proportional representation. Our stories must be told in regards to role models to inspire the next generation of change makers. The truth is, none of these campaigns have really been told by the newspaper, even though in the midst of the campaign we are published in so many national newspapers. I think it's also important to understand that we will all experience disability in some shape or form in the future. 80% of disabilities are acquired. And essentially, having an inclusive and accessible system is the greatest free insurance policy we can give the next generation. And I think it's really important to also just maybe we can just end on this, that disabled people can make change, and we are transforming the most significant and powerful systems in the world. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Kuishi. It's been an honor to have this conversation with you. And yes, we'll see the next chat soon.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for viewers online and all the participants who are here. So my name's Deborah Maboya, Deputy Executive Director from TAI. I'm joined by an amazing, wonderful woman, Noela Msuya, who is the Executive Director from Child Support Tanzania. And she is one of the Zero Project Awardee 2026. And today we are going to learn more about what happens when children lead accessibility change. And Noela will be taking us through how child-led accessibility audits and inclusive renovation help transform schools and the communities surrounding into disability environment that is accessible for all children. Noela, welcome so much.
Thank you very much, Deborah.
Yeah, so I would like us to start a bit of a background. Where did you start? How did African Child Project start in the beginning until right now?
Okay, Child Support Tanzania is a non-governmental organization. We started in 2008, and I started it from home, implementing inclusive education, and I wanted to showcase that inclusive education is possible. So we started with 13 children, and now we are serving more than 1,000 children with disabilities in Tanzania. We have our model inclusive school, CST inclusive school, which is pre and primary school, and we are working with more than 78 government schools in Tanzania. So in our organization, we came to realize there is a problem in designing something without a user. So we decided to come up with child-led accessibility audit, whereby we empower our children to be in the front line to conduct accessibility audits and to be in the front line to come up with ideas on the solutions.
Wow, amazing. I really love the fact that you are almost now in more than 78 government schools in Tanzania. Such a big milestone. So I would love you to speak more about your innovation. What's so much unique about the work that you're doing, specifically in those particular schools?
About our innovation, child-led accessibility audit, the uniqueness of it is like children themselves, they're the ones who lead everything. They are the center of everything. And we empower children by just guiding them what to do, but they are the ones who come up with ideas on how they can conduct it. We have a simple tool which guides children on how they can conduct accessibility audit within their school environment. As we all are aware, environmental barrier is a very big barrier to children with disabilities to access education. Our environments, some of the classrooms, all the school environments, they are not accessible for all children. They don't have proper path, proper lamps, proper accessibility path for children with disabilities to access quality inclusive education. But also even our playgrounds, they are not accessible for all children. So what do? We are using a tool, we are using cameras, we give children, we ask them to go and explore what they like to see in their school. And by using these cameras, they can go and take pictures of the good things or the things which they impress them at school. And then when they come back, we go back again with them to ask them to go back and take pictures of what they feel like is not right for them, what they feel like hinders their friends with disabilities to access either playground, toilets, classrooms, subjects in the classrooms. So children, they go back and they take pictures and come back, and then we discuss with children. We come up with the idea, but this comes from themselves. What do they think it can be done in their school to make sure everybody access quality inclusive education without any barriers? So children, they bring out ideas on how they can, how they think can be done. They can come up with ideas. Some of them, they can even draw ramps, They can draw these landmarks, what they think can help their friends with the visual impairment to access classrooms, to access playgrounds. So we take from what children have brought, and then we help them, we empower them, and help them to come up with their insights. Like this, how do you think this can be done also? You have already drawn a ramp, but how do you think this can be done? So children, they are involved from each stage of accessibility audit, but also coming up with the solution on how it can be modified to be suitable for all children.
Amazing. It's not for them if it's not made by them. I love the human-centered design approach that you bring together the children to be at the center, the core designing of what is best for them. So looking at the journey you have gone through since the beginning until right now, what is the success that you can see, Noela, and you say, wow, I'm really proud of this, the impact that you have been able to make or achieve so far?
Yeah, first of all, our own school, it was designed by children, our model school. What came up with what we came up with CST inclusive school is it was all children ideas. So children, they gave us ideas on what they like to see in their school. So is what we used to design our own school, CST inclusive school, which is among the model accessible schools in the country, I can say. But also in pre and primary schools, government schools, we have done modification, which was led by children. And it feels so good for them because they use what they designed. But also it makes it like, it brings spirit of ownership. Like I was among people who designed this. So I know, I don't know if you can feel it, but I know you can feel it when you design something and you are using it. So it creates ownership among children. And we managed to do a lot of modification in all the 78 schools. And community involvement, because children, they are participating, they can also involve their parents. So community involvement in modification, it has made it also not very expensive, I can say cost effective, because the community is engaged in doing modification. So that is among the achievements, but also to see more children with disabilities are accessing quality inclusive education with no barriers. That is among the things which we are proud of.
Wow, such an amazing work happening here. So I would love for you to also share with us, Noel. I understand that success is always good, and we always want to see the success part of everything, but there are always sometimes setbacks or some of the challenges that they come along. So maybe perhaps if you can say one or two challenges that you had to encounter along the way, and perhaps what did you do to resolve them?
I think among the challenges we are encountering is still attitude towards inclusion. Many people, they don't understand about inclusive education or inclusion of persons with disabilities. We all think most of the time about physical environment and all those things. Accessibility is more than that. It has everything to do with the communication and everything. So that is among the challenges, but also funding challenges, because most of the accessibility audits needs modification at the end of the day. So some of the ideas come up from children. They cannot be achieved without funding. So that is among the challenges we are facing.
And looking at the sustainability aspect of the project and innovation that you are doing right now, what does the sustainability aspect look like?
Designing without a user is a disaster. So since we are designing with the user, you can see there is sustainability there, because even if something went wrong or something needs modification or needs repair, because the user was there, it's easy to come up with the idea how it can be modified. But if we design it or we do audits ourselves and then we do modification, end of the day, even if there is need to do maybe to do renovations in what we have modified, it's not easy because the user was not around.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Now, I was just reflecting in terms of in the next 3 to 5 years, where do you see Child Support Tanzania going to be like?
I see it as a role model for inclusion in the country, in Tanzania, but also in other countries. But also, I see our innovation ideas to go beyond the borders of Tanzania, to go around the world, and then everywhere children can participate in accessibility audits.
That's a very good way to put onto it. And lastly, I can see our time is almost there. I would love you, Noela, to really provide for us. What is your call for action for everyone who is listening to us and for everyone who is participating in this fire chat?
Children, they have ideas. Children, they have vision of what they think they want within their school environment. So we should not design anything without a user. Let children lead the accessibility audit. Let children lead in modification. Let children lead in what they want to see in their school.
Thank you so much, Noela. So this is just the beginning of the conversation. Noela is here. She'll be here for the next 2 days. Please feel free to reach out to her, connect with her, and see the synergy of collaboration so that we can ensure that in everything that we do, children are the leaders on the centers of accessibility. Thank you so much, Noela.
Thank you, Deborah.
Hello and welcome to our Fireside chat, which is on the topic of the digital euro. So I'm Rachel Mole. I'm an independent advisor and consultant from the UK. I work across technology and accessibility in many different sectors. And the one that is definitely moving the most at the moment is the financial sector. And I'm joined here today for a conversation with Petja. Petja, could you please introduce yourself to the audience?
Thank you, Rachel. My name is Petja Nederlander. I'm director at the Austrian Central Bank, and I'm responsible for payments, financial literacy, and risk management.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So the euro system is preparing for the introduction of a new form of money. The digital euro, that's what we're here to discuss. Right. Digital form of cash to complement cash, not replace it. That is definitely the understatement of the century. It also aims to address the barriers that we see in accessing digital payments through inclusion by design, fundamentally, with key tenets such as it's usable without a bank account, accessible to use through solutions like payment cards, and free of charge for basic use. So, Petja, the digital euro is described as a public form of money that must ensure no one is left behind. What does the concept of no one left behind mean to you in practical terms?
Well, that means really no one, because we do see as a central bank that we all are engaging in different way of digital transactions. So everybody of us buys digitally. Digital become part of our life. We are kind of more and more prompt to digital mean of payments, of digitalization, of digital purchases. Even we give to each other money, mostly in digital form. And here we aim that we address everybody. So we don't want to have an inclusion term just in a narrow sense, as most academia do, but we would like to see everybody based on a broad sense and make sure that every citizen in the euro area is able to pay anywhere, every time, without restrictions and free of charge.
That is genuinely a fantastic aim, and I think one of the key tenets of that is ensuring that this remains a public form of money and not a private one. Could you explain actually why that is so important and how that's going to help?
Right. Well, we see that private sector obviously aims at certain audience, which is rightful so. But we are a public institution, and for us it's important that the broader population has access to cash. That comes from the cash in circulation, as you mentioned. And we are definitely willing to give the citizens the ability to pay with something which is legal tender, which is accepted by every merchant in any situation, also in the digital space, as you do with cash. And we definitely want to complement cash where cash is not reaching out today, and that's in the digital sphere. If you want to imagine that, the public money is well positioned as a baseline, as an absolute certainty that if you want to do something or to have access to your money, you can always convert it to cash and buy goods and services. Since in the digital sphere, cash is not anymore applicable, because you cannot give your banknote to an in-app payment, or you cannot give your banknote to an Amazon purchase, there we need certain certainty from the sovereign, from the state, and from the central bank as well. And that's the digital euro. It will be anchored in the law, but also it will be obligatory to the merchants, and it will also be provided by public institutions everywhere in the euro area, so everybody has the certainty. If I don't have any other mean, I go with that one.
Fantastic. So this work is informed by lived experience, and I was really happy to hear actually that the Austrian National Bank established a financial inclusion forum before even progressing with the development of the digital euro. Firstly, why was this so important? And secondly, how did you ensure that actually the lived experience was meaningfully captured and actually shaped the outcomes rather than just being, the symbolic tick box?
right? Well, first of all, we just recognized when starting engaging with that, we said, oh, well, we want to be by everybody. And then we said, but who are everybody? And we started with the terms of vulnerable people. And then we came across the fact that the vulnerable people are most probably not vulnerable. And there are people who have needs beyond just people with disabilities. And so we have elderly people, people in the rural areas, people with not so easiness of reading, people who have issues with sensoric and so on. So we said, okay, we need to put that broader. And at that moment, we said, okay, but we cannot talk about the people without talking with the people. So we decided to cooperate with more than 35 organizations who represent the people with needs. And after that, we also decided to encounter the people with needs with dignity and involve them in a co-creation approach so we really can get those valuable examples which help us to design a meaningful solution. So today we go one step beyond and we said we would like to have a study with more than 1,000 participants from those groups of people with needs, and we would like to understand in which exact cases they feel restricted or they feel their needs. So we don't want just to talk about the numbers, but we want to come to the experiences and from that to get to the actionable evidence, so we call that. And hopefully this helps us in the process.
Yeah. So some of the areas that the forum have identified as being a potential barrier are the availability, the accessibility, usability, and also financial education. All of these are kind of the key success factors that will make or break how well the digital euro performs. To challenge a little bit, what of those areas do you see as being the most difficult or challenging to actually develop solutions for?
Well, let me answer twofold. The one thing is about the functions or the features. What we saw is that there is no one-fits-all solution because you have so many different needs which have to be addressed. So once we go into design, we really want to see what works for which kind of need and how this contributes to the design of digital euro as such, so that also other groups can benefit of this. This is the one. So the availability or accessibility is very important, but that's kind of homework. The real challenge is to bring it to the field, the accessibility broadly and the financial education, because you need to put it into the hands of the ones who need it. Imagine people who come from abroad or people without housing. You really need to find the right people so that they understand it and talk to them in a proper way. To establish service offices or service places, service points where those people can feel welcomed, they can get advice, can get explanation and articulation of how exactly it works, because even if it is super easy, still you have questions. So I think the real challenge is to have this place. The European legislation says there should be a public solution or public service point for it. But we have to evaluate which one, how it should look like, how that should transport the message, how should be established correctly.
I certainly say, from experience of listening to consumers, one of the biggest fears is actually that this is going to replace cash, where that's truly not the case. And you do state that cash must remain available, and that true inclusion, it comes from that choice. How do you see that this relationship happening, in practice? How does cash still sit aside a digital euro?
Well, there are three aspects here. The first one is the availability of cash. So you have to ensure that the cash is available in the broader region, so in the rural areas as well, in the distant areas as well. And here we, as the Central Bank of Austria, are very much committed to establish ATMs where they are disappearing and where they're needed, so the population have the certainty there is access to cash whenever needed. The second thing is about that you have to make it understandable and easy both to use cash, but also to use the digital euro. So they should be kind of complementing each other truly. Just to give an example, there are a lot of people in care in Austria because of the aging society, and they will be very well and living on their own, but they will need kind of support for mobility reasons, for somebody going to buy groceries and bringing that to them. Today, that's done with cash, which is fairly well positioned. But people sometimes feel untrusted. They feel like, oh, well, there is some fishy. I would like really to have access or to have a control about what's happening. I want the person who takes care about me to do exactly what they want. And giving your PIN for your bank card, that's not the right solution, or asking your relatives to bring cash for you. So you basically would love to have both, to have cash for the needs you want to cover with that, but also to have access to a digital form of cash which you can withdraw and give to somebody immediately if you need so. And the third aspect is, of course, that digital euro and cash have to be accepted by everybody. And that's about the legal tender, which we aim to strengthen the legal tender of cash exactly as the legal tender of digital euro.
Great, thank you. You've touched on it a few times, the idea of a vulnerable customer.
Right.
Certainly in the UK, that is defined by legislation, and it's protected characteristics. So, firstly, how do you define a vulnerable user? And you've already given one kind of case study of how this new digital euro will support vulnerable users, but how do you see it playing out actually in access across the board?
Well, we started with the narrow definition, as I said, so similarly as in academia. So we started with the definition, say, okay, well, the people who have disabilities or people who are having low literacy or no mobility or stuff like that. But slowly we figured out that it's actually a little bit of a very narrow approach. So we broadened that up. Today we use a definition of almost 16 different categories. And we said, okay, let's see who are the groups who have issues today with digital means of payments, in terms that they are either not available or not cheap enough so that they can use them, or they're as complex that the people don't feel comfortable using them by themselves. Because if I have a lot of cards and mobile payment solutions, but still I feel uncomfortable and need my relatives to help me doing transactions, that's not independent and a way on my own to deal with that. So, and starting from that definition, we now expand that towards cases where we say, okay, that's fine. That's the definition. Who are the groups? We want then to put a layer in which cases those groups are really facing issues, and in which cases they really have needs to be covered or which are not covered today. And we hope by that to have a meaningful space of, let's say, vulnerable people, or we say people with needs, and then situation where those needs are relevant, and then we can address them appropriately.
Great. So in our final minute then, to kind of bring this conversation to a close, what would you say is the biggest barrier, or what's next that you need to be working on to make this actually a reality?
Well, we need to co-create with the people. So we really want to touch the ground with the people with needs and design proper solutions for them. But we also need to issue clear recommendations and design options for the public service points who have to service that group of people who are really then in the process needs to take over and have a continuous feedback what needs to be improved further.
Great. Thank you so much. This has been so interesting, and I'm looking forward to continuing this conversation offline as well. And thank you, everybody, for watching along. Please do reach out on LinkedIn. I'm sure we'd both be very happy to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the conversation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Zero Project Conference 2026. You are connected with the building in Vienna, and we are listening to the Fireside chat, which comes under the title Hidden Barriers, the Accessibility Gap in School Policy Documents. My name is Evert-Jan Hogewerf. I'm the Secretary General of the Association for the Advancement of Assistive Technology in Europe. And I'm here to talk about the topic with my guest, Anne Marcus Quinn. Thank you, Anne, all the way from the University of Limerick. Fantastic that you could make it here, and you're a real expert on the topic. So we're eager to listen to you. And my first question relates to the title of the session, Hidden Barriers. What are actually those hidden barriers in school policy documents, and why is this a problem?
Thank you very much, Evert. Often when we talk about digital inclusion in post-primary schools, we're talking about devices and connectivity, and we often forget about the importance of policies, practice, training, and accountability. So hidden barriers is really about those systems that are in place. I undertook research last year with Professor Selina McCoy in the Economic and Social Research Institute in Ireland, and we looked at a number of accessible use policy documents in larger schools across the country, and we found that many of these documents were not accessible, and it wasn't limited to those policy documents. We also found that across other documents that were used to communicate within the school community. So I suppose when we're talking about hidden barriers, we're talking about the things that people may not think about when they're putting together a document. So out of the need to be helpful, they might create a very good digitally inclusive document. They might print it off and have someone from the school executive sign that document. Then the document might be scanned, rendering all of the accessibility features completely useless, and then that inaccessible PDF is made available to the school community. So it's really about raising awareness when a digital document is going to be disseminated with the community, that we think about who's going to use it.
Yeah, I can imagine it's not something which only affects people with disabilities who might have difficulties in accessing in digital accessibility documents. But I think your area of interest is also broader, also looking into other groups that are maybe excluded, or?
We often don't think about people who aren't fully sighted, but as census data from Ireland Census 2022 revealed, we have a growing number in a ever widening and more diverse school community who report issues with sight, and their parent group as well. Of course, it's an ageing society, so we need to think about what we can do to make those documents more accessible for everybody. And simple things like the colour contrast, the alternative text that we include, thinking about how we can make everything just easier to consume if it's going to be made available online. The days of a letter coming home in a school bag have passed, and then we would have moved on to communicating with parents and our school community through email. And a lot of the time that was quite accessible because you could switch on an audio feature. But when we move to school-based apps or websites, there is the inclination to just upload a PDF and not think about how that has been designed.
How that has been designed, yeah, okay. Now I can imagine that there's a lot of discussion about accessibility and a lot of attention. There's a lot of legislation, so it's not really an entirely new topic at the moment. Isn't that enough for schools to sort of start to make their information and their communication towards the students and their families more accessible? You think more should be done?
Absolutely, there is legislation there, but that doesn't often automatically translate into practice. So I think the example that I gave earlier is one of the most common ones that you see, where someone may have worked very hard putting together an accessible document in Word format. So they've thought about things like tables They've thought about intuitive, meaningful titles. They've really built in good navigation throughout that document, color contrast, alternative text, how they're presenting tables and so on, even the typeface that they're using. And then this wonderful document is printed off and is signed and is exported as a PDF, but not in a way that is easily consumed. So I think just even raising that early awareness of baking in accessibility from the very beginning is really important, and having all members of the school community get behind that. So you're not just talking about those people preparing the document, but it's the people who have responsibility to upload it to the school system, whatever that is, whether it's a website or a school app.
I can imagine that that is a major issue, how to make sure that it's not just a small group of people that maybe have some kind of a sensitivity for the topic or are expert on it, but that it's really a commitment of an entire school. Did you came across, or do you have any ideas about what a school could do better to make sure that this is not only let's say a temporary wave of attention or an incidental intervention to make something, the website more accessible, but that it's really embedded in the school policy? So what would you recommend the school, how to address this?
There's some really good points there. I think when a school receives a circular from the Department of Education and Youth about having to craft a new school policy, they're very careful about that document. So the first iteration of a document is often the most careful. It's when it needs to be updated that a lot of the time, as I said, it gets printed off, it gets signed, it gets re-uploaded, and those kind of things are forgotten. There are a lot of really good supports there for schools that are often overlooked, and schools are very, very busy places as well. So the more people that could perhaps get involved in the usability testing of documents, the better. And there's often groups within a school community that have a little bit more time. For example, in Ireland, we have a transition year programme, and you have many students within that programme who would be interested and have the capacity to carry out that kind of testing, using the supports that are available. So they're not experts in usability testing, but there are online wizards and supports such as those provided by WebWise, which is funded by the government in part. So they could use those resources and they could check how their document performs against an exemplar document. And then you'd have a real sense of ownership about the document as well. And you could see, where are the problems for people. And I think if you've got a group to usability test it within a school community as well, you grow their sense of empathy. They can really, once they see and identify people in their circle who can't access the information, they really want people to be able to access that information. So there's a community want to make it better.
An interesting question that comes to my mind relates to artificial intelligence. I suppose you came across maybe schools that try to attempt to simplify or to make their communication more accessible by using AI tools. How do you see that? Is that an opportunity, or are there risks or pitfalls?
Absolutely, there are opportunities with using AI tools, and there are pitfalls. I think some of the opportunities are that we can take a scanned image, and we can, using optical character recognition or text recognition, we can get, without us having to provide that transcription, we can get that rendered very, very quickly. But we need to be really careful that we haven't got this false sense of confidence about the quality or the accuracy of that translation. So we still need a human in the loop to make sure that that text is accurate. But there is definitely room there for some tools to help to do the heavy lifting to make documentation more accessible. But I think we also need to be careful about what school documents we might run through an external platform, because some of them may contain sensitive information.
It's really a very interesting research that you're doing. What are your, I think you identified very clearly now what are the issues, what are the topics, what are the problems. What are your next steps? What would you like to reach as a next outcome of your research?
I think what I would like to really see is that when people see from looking across the board at all school documentation, the issues that are there, that they would see it as a checklist, that they need to go and look through all policy documents, and to move away from being very reactive when a school is asked to create a new policy document, that they would take that as an opportunity to do an audit on the website, to look at existing documentation and to look at the uniformity across that documentation. Because often a school, again, they're under immense pressure and they don't have a lot of expertise maybe in the area, but they may be able to use that opportunity to look at earlier policy documents and go back and address those issues. Again, doing usability testing within the school community. In that research with Professor McCoy, where we looked at acceptable use policies, we found that some of the documentation went back to a period where schools were using floppy disks. So these were mentioned in the policy document. We also had mention of CD-ROMs, but the school has moved on. They're not using that technology anymore. So in a way, it compromises the content of a document where they have reference to that older, out-of-date, redundant technology. So I think that if they are preparing a new policy document, that they look across the whole suite and see how they can update all of them. And it's a big job, but I think if they have the will within the community, they, there's a good outcome.
Yeah, that would be a perfect outcome. One of the most interesting things I think a school could do is to involve the large school community in the transition. So transition towards a more, let's say, respectful and way of communication with all the different stakeholders. The idea itself that also the students themselves, for example, could be co-designers of alternative communication. And maybe sort of critically looking at how the school is doing is actually quite interesting. Do you think that there is space for, let's say, more action research together with schools? Have you noticed, are there schools that actually willing to make it a really a process which is driven from the bottom up and not so much top down?
Again, I think it really is a matter of schools being under immense pressure and not having the time to engage in that type of activity. But if they could identify some space within the curriculum and certainly within the transition year, that would be a natural home for that activity, they could do that. When you were talking about using AI to address those gaps in documents, what you often find is that where a document has been created without student involvement, it's missing the student voice. And we've all seen documents that have been created using AI. They don't sound very human. So certainly it would really lift the experience if students could be involved, because it would sound like a document that had relevance to them and their lives. So they would have probably a little bit more respect for the policy document as well.
Okay. Well, thank you, Anne. Will we see you in Dublin at the National Disability Authority and University of Limerick conference in November on universal design?
Thank you, Evert, for mentioning the conference. It's on in Galway in early November, and yes, I will be there. I've been asked to be part of the scientific committee. I'm really looking forward to meeting everyone involved.
Okay, fantastic. So thank you very much, Anne, for being here and for discuss this with us. Thank you for attending this session, and over to the organization. Thank you.
Thanks, Evert. Thank you very much. Great questions. It's good. It's in Ireland. They come to Limerick.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Fireside chat at the Zero Conference in Vienna. And I have a very interesting subject and person to share some experiences with you. So may I introduce Daria Odovicic. I hope I pronounce it well.
Okay.
Can you introduce yourself?
Sure, of course. Thank you, Rob. It is a pleasure to be here in Vienna at Zero Conference once again. My name is Daria, and I lead the work for Perkins School for the Blind on inclusive education and early intervention across the region of Europe and Eurasia. Perkins is a global organization dedicated to improving quality and accessibility of education for children with disabilities worldwide. Although it was founded as a school for the blind 200 years ago, it evolved into the international system strengthening organization. And nowadays we partner with governments, NGOs, community-based organizations in order to build sustainable capacity. So not just to deliver services, because if we strengthen the system, then the change remains long after the service is delivered or project is made. But what I would like to say is that when we do our work, we start from the very, very simple principle. We strongly believe that every child can learn. And it can learn anywhere. So that's where we go. We go where the children are. So we go into the under-resourced settings, into the rural settings, crisis settings, but also to very well-equipped urban schools who do not have capacity to provide adequate education or even the will to provide that. So that's where we step in. We try to change the mindset, and we try to build capacity so that they're able to provide education in the way that the child can take it in so it can learn. And to my work always centered around the idea, not what we have been told, that child fails the system. I strongly do not believe that. I think systems fail children, and we start from there.
Wow, that's really great and great to hear. And well, we have some kind of crisis, of course, in Ukraine, and there are a lot of children involved, and you developed something, and we want to talk about that one. And can you tell me that, what did you think when this crisis in Ukraine started? What were you doing? How did you react, and how did that lead to a new approach, what you built in Poland?
Yeah, so of course, definitely as many others, we wanted to do something. And when we were thinking with our competences, we thought of early intervention would be the best choice, because delayed services or disrupted services in that early age can have really lifelong consequences. So we knew we would like to do something in that area. And also, when we knew that, we know that high-quality early intervention services present significant challenge in humanitarian context because of professional shortage, disrupted infrastructure, cultural language barriers, and of course, psychological toll the war takes on families and on service providers. So then we looked at the crisis in Ukraine in two ways. We saw families with the young children with disabilities crossing the border, in our case Poland, because that's where we had our project, but to any other place. And the services were gone, and the whole network, support network that we as humans have and families have was disappeared. And then on the other hand, we had thousands of professionals from Ukraine who were also displaced and yet did not have a job because of again, language and culture barrier, or skills were not needed at job market, or a certificate, you name the reason. So there's thousands of them that did not have a job. So we thought, how can we maybe find a solution within that community? And that's where we started thinking from there on.
Right, that's really creative, I think. But how do you think this approach is innovative compared to other approaches and early intervention responses?
Yeah.
Could you tell something about that?
Sure. So what we created was not a traditional early intervention project or services. We called what we can say crisis respond early intervention workforce model. That's how we can put it.
Got you one.
Yeah, because what we did, we trained Ukrainian professionals. We trained them in FGRBI, so that's family guided routine-based intervention. That is actual early intervention approach that we chose because of it is robust evidence-based, that it works, and it's very adaptable to unstable living conditions. So we trained them in that approach. We trained them in caregivers coaching strategies because that is the method how you deliver that approach. We trained them in trauma-informed practices, and they had real-time supervision and reflective practice. So what they became after that, they became family consultants, and they started to go to families and give support to families, Ukrainian families, their children 0 to 7. So that way we created skills, jobs, the skills that would be needed at a job market, jobs for a while, and provided services at the same time. And that was very important because we provided continuity of the services. So, and also we know, and I quote this from research, that high quality intervention is critical for promoting developmental resilience in children affected by crisis and displacement. So that was our idea about that.
All right, great. So you empower the local community, even if it is displaced.
Yes.
That's great. And but it's a great idea. But how do you know that works and that is effective?
Of course, but also what it is compared to others, it is innovative because it's not only the method, it is the structure. Because in many humanitarian response, you have services that are imported and temporary. And we try to build the opposite because we build local capacity and we brought in that way because local capacity inside that displacement community, it brought in the sustainability in that and also real time. So family consultants were coached as professionals. At the same time, they provided coaching. And this allowed immediate response without lowering quality. But also, as you said, how do we know that it worked?
Yeah.
It worked because we embedded measurement into the projects from the beginning. So that is called fidelity. Fidelity of implementation is actually how do we know accurately and consistently that a program or practice is implementing according to its original design. What it means in simple words, it means do we do what we say that we will do, and did we do it in the way that we intended it to do? So why is it that important? Because if we want positive outcomes to be measured, if we measure, for example, child progress in this case, we have to know that it's not a random variance that it happened. We have to know that it happened because of how our model was created and delivered. So it evaluates effectiveness of our model. And what we measured is adherence to the FGRBA model, competence in coaching delivery, and parent engagement levels. And all of that is significantly increased. And when we also found a positive correlation between provider fidelity and caregiver engagement. What does it mean? It means that parents were engaged. And if we have engaged parents, then the child development, it is a strong predictor that child will develop more and steadily. So that's what I wanted to say.
Wow, and you use the quality and the power and the capacity of the community, of the parents, and you as an organization. How did you manage to organize this? What is necessary to be able to organize this all?
Yeah, so that was in unit like 3 pillars. So first one is you have to have local partners. So we had partners in Poland, our host country. We have a Ukrainian network to ensure legitimacy and access, of course. And you have to have funding. Our project was funded by UBS Optimus Foundation. And it needs to be a bit flexible and adaptable to respond quickly in these situations. And third, you have to have supervision infrastructure, so it has to be ongoing and reflective. What I did not say is, of course, in that model from the beginning, we had trauma integration because families and professionals were affected by war. And so we provided trauma education and reflective supervision to the professionals. So at the same time, they can process their own experiences and while supporting others to go through their experiences. And what happened because of that is trust, because our model, any early intervention approach should be done at home. But especially with this one, it should be done in home settings. And when we are talking about displaced families, home settings can be really a lot of things, and they're not so eager to let you in. I mean, they need to trust you. So with this peer-to-peer kind of model, we built trust instantly because there was no language and cultural barrier, and they also went through the same experience. So both of them were affected by the same experience. So trust was there, and therefore we didn't lose time here as well.
All right. So that's really interesting. You use trust, the power of the community, the train-the-trainer program. You have to respond quickly. That are, well, every crisis is unique.
Yeah.
But these elements, I think, you can expand it or translate it to other situations or crises. Do you want to do that?
Sure, of course, yeah. That would be great because we think this model has elements that could be applicable in other situations, no matter what caused them, in other crisis response. Because what usually happens in the crisis response when we do that, we tend to create dependency on the solution that we offer. But in our model, we tried really to avoid that, and instead of creating dependency, we build resilience because it goes within the community. So, and it is scalable, but the scaling has to be intentional and it has to be responsible because it's not just replication, it requires partnership and infrastructure.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
So you have a model, it's working in Poland now with Ukraine, in the Ukraine crisis. You want to scale up. And, well, this conference is about crisis response. It's about scalability. It's about effectiveness. What are you looking for at ZeroCon?
Well, of course, we're looking for strategic collaboration, for philanthropic partners, for organizations ready to replicate this model. Because children with disabilities cannot wait, especially in those situations, and especially young children.
So can you repeat that again? Because you are looking for partners, and what kind of partners?
Strategic collaboration.
Yeah.
So someone who would enable us to do so, who would be able also to, who is ready to explore the possibilities of scaling it up with us.
All right. So here's a model that is proven to be effective. It's good. We are at ZeroCon, so meet her if you can. Yeah. And well, maybe you can work together to collaborate, and that will be great, I think. Yeah. That's a part of the purpose of this ZeroCon. So thank you for sharing your experiences and your model. And maybe there is a last word you can ask the audience or tell or share with us.
I'll just share the last few thoughts because what we learned from this project, we learned a lot of things, and it was a very emotional project, I must say, and we'll continue to do so. But what we learned is that inclusive crisis response is possible, and even in the most difficult moments. We also learned that we can build resilience within the community. And the last one, I think we should all bear in mind, whatever crisis is, the dignity and development should not be an optional thing. It just need to be there. So dignity and development should always be counted in anything that we do as a crisis response.
So double difficult problem, and you solve this, you work on it, it's great. And I think this deserves an applause for Daria,
Thank you.
And Perkins.
Thank you. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you for listening and looking.
Hello to everyone in the room and online. Thank you so much for spending some time with us today to learn about a fascinating product that is changing the way millions of people bank. I've been so excited over the past few days to learn more about this product and are glad we have the time to have this conversation. My name is Crosby Cromwell. I'm the principal strategist for True Blue Inclusion and a neurodiverse cisgender woman. I have the honor and privilege to introduce you to Ivana Shumisik, who is the lead product designer and UX team leader for Blick. So like I said, this for Blick is a product that is changing the lives of millions and the way that they bank. 20 million users in Poland are using this on a regular basis when there are 38 million residents in Poland. Ivana, how did this happen? That is market saturation at its finest. So talk to us about how that happened. What is Blick's? Why is it so special?
Yeah, hello everyone. It's an honor to be here with you. So let me tell you first about Blick. Blick, it's a mobile payment method that become fundamental to how Polish people handle money today. And when I say fundamental, I really mean it. As you said, nearly 20 million of Poles using Blick regularly, at least once a month. And it's a truly mass market technology. Blick is beautifully simple. It's just 6-digit code that you are generating in your mobile banking app. And this code is valid for 2 minutes and lets you pay in stores, on even e-commerce. And you can also withdraw money using Blick. And we also provide contactless payments and phone transfers, like instantly phone transfers. You can transfer money to your friend using just his mobile phone. So Blick is part of 21 banking apps in Poland. So it's integrated into something that people already use and trust. And I think it's really important. So with a banking app, you have everything you need. The average user makes 13 transactions per month. So it's a habit, it's a part of a daily life, using Blick to everyday purchases.
It's just so interesting, and I love the statement of beautifully simple. So if we're thinking about Blick and the way that you all have designed it, and I know that you've put real intentionality into ensuring that it works for as many users as possible, that it is accessible. You're thinking about aging demographics, disability demographics, different contexts. What does that look like from an intentionality perspective when you're trying to ensure that Blick works for as many users as possible and is accessible or is on the accessibility journey?
Yeah, Blick is a combination of efficiency, effectiveness, and empathy. We try to design one unified experience across all these different contexts, all these different needs and scenarios, whether you're buying groceries or making purchases online or maybe paying in some public services. You just get in the code, enter it, and then confirm transaction in your banking app. Good design is about creating systems that work together seamlessly. Yeah, so that's why we are also working on interoperability with other European payment systems and designing payments. For us, it's based on 3 pillars. I would say it must be familiar, so short, clear process from checkout, from making purchases to payment. It needs to be universal across these different needs, different transaction types, and also it needs to be accessible, so easy to learn, adaptable to individual needs and preferences. So that's why we are conducting usability tests testing with including people with different disabilities, different ages, different level of tech knowledge or tech comfort. So we ask people, is it actually comfortable to use Blick? Is it efficient? It generates new product ideas and help us, find potential problems. So yeah, we have the will to change on research results. So yeah, we also learned that accessibility is a key to security. Yeah, when you don't have to share your code with others, when you don't need to ask for somebody for help. Yeah, it's that independence is security. So yeah, and what's is really important for us, we also updated our agreements and standards. So now accessibility is a part of our contract with partners. So yeah, that's why we have a power to talk with partners, yeah, to build a model, to create method that is universal and more ethical. And as a Blick, we are part of Business Accessibility Forum, is an initiative on dialogue about European Payment Act. And it's a knowledge exchange platform for us and for different companies. Yeah, so it's really interesting and it's important for us to be in that dialogue with others, to hear other voices.
Yeah, I mean it. It's not lip service when I say that this is an incredibly impressive company. The statement that accessibility is essential to security, I want multinational companies to be paying attention to what you all are building and doing. It's incredibly impressive. It is the future. It is the way we want all kinds of companies to think about product design. And I know you all have thought about in such a beautiful way of not adding layers of technology to be shiny, but in removing friction to make sure that at the end of the day, like you said, forgetting the passwords and using the simple code that you have for the amount of time, it releases and eases a cognitive load that is so impressive. And as you think about demographics aging into disability and the number of individuals with disabilities increasing both in Poland and around the world, how have you thought about those demographic shifts and why this is important in Poland, important as you grow beyond for your users and the changing market?
Yeah, the European Union projects that by 2050, people aged 65 or older will make up 30% of our population. Now it's 20. So we're talking about massive demographic wave. I like to call it silver tsunami. Yeah? We must remember that 50% of people 65 or older have some form of disability, like hearing problems, vision problems, reduced mobility, or chronic conditions. So, and this will be this will be a third of our population. Yeah. So yeah, when we spoke about it and when we changed the perception and maybe change our dialogue, we completely reframe it. And ignoring the accessibility is ignoring the majority of our future market, and it can be incredible opportunity for us.
Completely agree. And in some of our past conversations to everything you just said, you've talked about the intentionality with which you all worked with, spoke with, learned from users with disabilities. Can you talk to us as a case study for other companies or for advocates that are advocating for themselves within their banks, how you all intentionally talked to, worked with users with disabilities?
Yeah, we are open to dialogue, and I think it's our base. Yeah, it's really important for us, and we as digital creators should use technology to build better future, and we must build solutions that allow people to maintain independence, dignity, autonomy as they age, and payments can make by themselves services that can use without any help, and interfaces that can adapt to different preferences and to changing abilities. And that's responsible is on our side, digital creators. So every company that makes something in digital should remember it, yeah? And accessibility is a human right. It's not a feature, not an adding, not something that we want to have it just because, yeah? It's a competitive advantage, and also it's a fundamental right for people to be included in digital modern society. Yeah, so yes, we need to design accessibility because of requirements and because if it's a good for business, but we need to do it because we are building infrastructure for better future, for people daily lives, and everyone deserves dignity and easily and independently use something so simple like payments. Yeah. So I think what I'm trying to say, the responsible is on our side. Yeah, we must do it because it's good, but because it's a fight for human rights.
Your statement and the story of what you all are doing is, I think, why it's so important to know about Blick and what you all are doing from an accessibility standpoint. What's next for the product, for the company? How are you thinking about accessibility 2.0 or growth? What's ahead?
I think a major step forward for us was last year we updated this partner agreement, and now we are talking with our partners, and we are trying to check if they do it or not. Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for banks and for other platforms, to boost the usability. So yeah, it's a changing moment for us, and it's a crucial. And as I said before, we are working on interoperability. So with different payment schemes, different payment methods, we try to make it possible to use Blick everywhere with the different apps. Yeah.
It's so incredible. And I know you have a personal passion for this work. I know we're also coming to a close on our time, but if you have a challenge or an action item that you want to put out to other companies to learn from you all, do you have a challenge that you want to give to us at the end of the day?
Listen to your designers and use their power to make better products. Think about design, think about inclusion, think about different needs. Yeah, it's really opening our minds and opening our eyes. How different people, how different possibilities we can adjust. Yeah, so I think one point for our speech is you are responsible as a designer, as a creator, to make better things, to make better future.
So well said. And as we close, I just want to go back to the sentiment of accessibility is not a feature, it's a human right. I mean, I think that's the statement that I will walk away with. I want to challenge each of us in the room and online to take the time to learn about Blick. Look, get on the site, walk through the accessibility features. It really is an important and beautiful story. So with that, we'll close. Ivana, thank you for your time. Thank you for telling us more about the company.
Thank you for having me.
Very serious.
Very serious. Hello and welcome to this fireside chat about nightlife and parties that everyone can attend and enjoy. My name is Anna Blaszko and I am the founder of Beat the Silence, a non-profit organization that is specialized in live music performances created with all hearing abilities in mind, from deaf to hearing and in between. In 2023, when Beat the Silence was created, it was created with a simple mission to make music enjoyable for everybody, regardless of hearing ability. When we first had our vision for Beat the Silence, we realized quickly that even though there was demand for inclusivity in music and events, there are only a few cultural events that would bring the worlds of the deaf and the hearing together in one shared experience. At Beat the Silence, we are using different artistic and technical adaptations, such as sign language, live captioning, visualizations, body vibrations, but also collaborations with deaf artists who would bring their own perspective into the performances. And the result is not only a more accessible event, but truly shared cultural experiences where we see hearing audiences just as fascinated by these new approaches as the deaf participants. I'm sitting here with Monika Heider, founder of the Diversity Ball, an annual ball in Vienna that celebrates diversity, accessibility, and equality. With the Diversity Ball, Monika shows a colorful modern take on the Viennese ball traditions. And this year, in September, it will take place for the 18th time. And later, Markus Ockmar, who you have seen performing at the opening ceremony, might join us. Monika, you have been working on your project for 2 decades now, and you create a space or spaces where everyone, deaf, hearing, disabled, queer, migrant, or just simply curious, can participate equally. As a newcomer at Beat the Silence, I have so many questions for you. When you think of true social participation, what does that mean to you personally, in just a few words?
Okay, it's hard in just a few words. So, yeah, I am doing the Diversity Ball since 18 years, and I think it was the initiative to bring in leisure time, in a very easy way, people together. And I think this is the most important thing of social impact, that every leisure possibility should be open for everybody, yeah? And everybody should be welcome. We know this is not usual. If you want to go to in theater, if you want to go in a concert, if you want to go to the opera, there is always a limited access, and a lot of people are not welcomed, and we are not thinking about this. But I don't want to do it with this, so you have to do this. So with the Diversity Ball, I want to make an experience evening, yeah? Like you. I like your idea, and I like it very much. I think we want to do, we are doing the same a little bit. In this evening, we bring different societies together. Yeah? And that means you have to manage it, because when you bring a deaf person with a blind person together, you have to manage how they can communicate. Yeah? So, if you bring a person in a wheelchair and a queer person, then maybe you have to show them how to dance together or something like that. Or bring people together means also a nice, what we are doing. So we have, for example, we have an entry band. Yeah? And this entry band, there is a number. This number exists 20 times. So this helps people asking together, do you have the number 502? Because if I find my number partner, then we can have a drink together. So this helps to bring people together, to connecting people. So this is also important, social interactions. Yeah? So this is I think this is very useful.
Thank you so much for your input and your perspective. The Diversity Ball is now happening for the 18th time. That's what an amazing achievement. But what motivated you originally to create a ball that breaks Vienna's ball tradition and celebrates diversity in such a joyful way?
Mm-hmm. So first, I built up a training center for deaf people in sign language, and it was not used in Austria 22 years ago. Yeah? Sign language was not recognized, and I wanted to bring a sign language in our society, and I want to show that you can translate everything in sign language, even music, and you can bring people together, and they have a good experience and spread sign language in also our cultural events. Now it's more common, but 20 years ago it wasn't. So, and this was the initiative, but I thought maybe if I only make it with sign language, then I would stay in my bubble. So, and this was the reason why I connected a lot of different communities to bring communities together and manage this togetherness. So this was the idea of the Diversity Ball. And why a ball? Because we are living in Vienna. And in Vienna we have a long ball tradition. Until yesterday, yes, there was. I think today is the closing day. So from the normal ball time, and I wanted to break a little bit the tradition, but I want to show that this tradition is very valuable, but we have to break it with social impacts and bring connecting different communities. So this was the idea.
Yeah, that's true. We really have a very traditional ball culture in Vienna. And what happens behind the scenes to make large-scale nightlife events, because we're talking about these nightlife events, accessible? And I'm particularly interested in what are the small details that people never notice, but that make the biggest difference.
Mm-hmm. There are many things. First of all, the Diversity Ball is held in the Vienna City Hall. I don't know if you know this City Hall. Yeah, it looks like a castle. It's wonderful. Yeah, it's 150 years old. It's had there are a lot of steps and stairs. Yeah, and it's not barrier-free. So to make this event barrier-free is a lot of work, yeah? Because there are laws. Yeah? The wheelchair users are only limited allowed. Yeah? So I think, Sam, you know this problem. Yeah? So we have normally there are 17 wheelchair users allowed, and we had a lot of contact with fire workers, with the management of the city hall, with the management of to organize meetings and etc. So we allowed now 70 wheelchair users, from 17 to 70. But it's a hard work. You need wide baths, you need more assistance personnel, you need more toilets. Yep, for every 10 people in wheelchair, you need a new toilet. So, and we don't have enough toilets at the city hall for wheelchairs users. This is one point. The other point is when you make it barrier-free and inclusive, so then you're working with the people also in the organization. So we have people with different disabilities in our organization, also in the advisory board, and they are also in the program. And the funny thing, what nobody will see, is we are working with an association for mental disease they are also waiters. Yeah? We have in front of the ball we have a ceremony, a award ceremony, and these people are waiters. But last year, after half an hour or 1 hour, some of the waiters were tired and they stopped there, and they was laying on the floor and said, "No, I can't. I need a rest." But when you organize a ball for 4,000 people, yeah, then everybody has to run and make his point. So you have to manage these situations. Yeah, nobody sees that, but it's funny in a way. But in the situation, it's a little bit hard.
I guess you look a challenge into the eye and you give it a wink.
Something like this. Oh.
And if
but I also have a very nice one. There was also a person of this group sozusagen made also a Heiratsantrag, how you call it?
Proposal.
A proposal, yeah. Sozusagen, a proposal to the next one. So I think that was very nice yesterday, last year. So.
It's really lovely. And if someone like me or anyone in the audience wants to make their event more inclusive, what is the main principle you would teach us, newcomers?
Newcomers, I think they are not newcomers here. I hope you will come to the after party on Friday, because we have the great honor to organize the after party on Friday at the Vienna Summer Stage. We make it most barrier-free as possible. So, we have a lot of spicy, nice contributions on the stage, so I think. And come with your book and you can write it down. And I think the best thing is to experience it. Yeah,
I'll be there.
You will.
Yeah, I'll be there.
I hope you too. Oh, great. I'm happy about this.
And what brings you the most joy after 18 years of doing this ball?
I think to work together with different communities makes me really, really, really peaceful. Yeah? So I think everybody has to do something for the society. We don't living alone. Yeah? We are living together, and everybody should do what he or she can do. And my passion is to make this cultural event barrier-free. I want to spread sign language. I want to bring people together. And I think we need a lot of positive narratives in this time. And the diversity ball is one of these, and that makes me happy.
I think that is something that connects us both, because we want to spread joy. And we both, I think, we're doing a good job, or?
I'm sure. So here, if you stay here 1 week more, so then you have the possibility to show it.
There's enough to see in Vienna to spend another week here.
Yes.
And before we wrap up, do you have a message about why inclusion and social participation in nightlife and parties matter? Something that everyone can take home with them? I mean, you already said a lot of things, but is there like a key message that you can give us?
I think when we think on inclusion, it's not only a matter to speak about it, we have to do it. Yeah? And the nightlife is an important part of us. Everybody wants to go out and want to have friends and want to participate on culture. It brings you not only life experience, yeah, it brings you new ideas, it brings you new friends, it brings you, it brings you a social impact, your own social impact, yeah, and cultural impact. That's very necessary, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's good So hello and welcome to this fireside chat. My guest and my interview partner is Professor Michael Stein, who is the Executive Director of Harvard Law School Project on Disability. We will talk about crisis response, humanitarian action that is disability inclusive and accessible. Michael, please start by introducing yourself and why this is currently such an important topic for you.
Thank you very much, Michael. I'm Michael Stein from the Harvard Law School Project on Disability, hpod.org. I'm delighted to be with you. I only regret that I'm not here in person. And I wish everyone who is observing a happy Lunar New Year and a meaningful Ramadan. Persons with disabilities in the climate sector, much like in other sectors, have been by and large ignored or not included in policy development or in responses. And this is a long story about people with disabilities in various areas of international law and programming. And there have been wonderful efforts highlighted by the Zero research that need to be shown in order for OPDs to communicate with each other, for states to learn how to learn from them and from other state efforts, and to move forward as a way of responding to the climate crisis.
Yeah, thank you, Michael, for this introduction. Before I'm also introducing our research, let's start with something really concrete. Could you give us some examples how persons with disabilities are directly or indirectly affected by the climate crisis?
I'm happy to, although the numbers are not particularly cheerful. We know that of the roughly 1.3 billion persons with disabilities around the planet, they have contributed the least towards climate change and yet are in many ways affected the most. The mortality rate among persons with disabilities is 2 to 4 times that of individuals without disabilities. We can graphically illustrate this. For example, the heat waves in Australia, the heat wave in British Columbia, over 90% of the mortalities were people with disabilities. Within the disability community, particular sectors are disparately affected, such as those with psychosocial disabilities, multiple sclerosis, and other thermoregulation issues. And of course, we should note that our brothers and sisters from the indigenous communities with disabilities have the impact of losing access to their sacred spaces and to their religious and spiritual practices.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Michael, for this not so cheerful figures that you gave us, but I think it's absolutely needed to fully understand the impact of this subject that is commonly overlooked. We're also glad that you contributed substantially to the recent publication of the Zero Project, which is Disability Inclusive Crisis Response. We could build on the research process that we did this year with the overall call for nomination, which was on accessibility and ICT, but included also crisis response solutions. We received a large number, then we shortlisted 30 of them, and we awarded 11 innovations that work in the general theme of crisis response. A few of them are also related to climate change response, and this report will be available online right after the Zero Project conference. I trust it will be over the weekend. For those who listen to us and watch us, just send us a note to office@zeroproject.org so that we can send you the link to this new publication. So that was a kind of advertisement within this chat. And now let's continue with you, Michael. The obvious party to respond to climate crisis threats to people with disabilities would, of course, be governments. Do you see them reacting? And if, I trust the answer will be mostly not, but how could they react to these threats?
Sadly, the number of governments that have responded constructively by including people with disabilities in their policy making and in their responses are a distinct minority. Bangladesh is an example of a good case example. Overall, 81% of parties to the Paris Agreement, which includes disability in its preamble, have no reference to disability in their nationally determined contributions. And when they do, they tend to lump disability along with other vulnerable populations. And yet there is the ability, both looking at nationally determined contributions, SDG responses, and other implementing international obligations to include people with disabilities and be much more active and creative in including their perspectives and learning from them. Governments can and should be able to empower the disability community just as they do empower other parts of their populations.
Yeah, thank you for this, Michael. Yesterday we had a good session together with our dear friends and partners from Light for the World, where we also discussed various aspects of crisis response and climate change response. And a common theme where basically all panelists and interventions from the floor agreed was that it's needed to cooperate with OPDs on the ground, to collaborate, to co-create solutions with people on the ground. And of course, government is also needed in that area to make really things work. But how could this work? How could governments interact with OPDs on the ground? Do you have any ideas or suggestions how to start such processes or make them happen?
Well, this year's Zero Research Project highlights good practices from which both governments and other OPDs can learn. It's very clear that OPDs and individuals with disabilities have been and continue to act as essential agents of positive change. They possess leadership, they possess problem-solving skills, and they're able to shape climate responses and action, both mitigation and adaptation, in a positive, forward-looking manner. The fact that people with disabilities are not included in these discussions, both in violation of the CRPD Article 4 and violation of the Paris Agreement, means that they have been overlooked. And one has only to look at the lack of a disability constituency at the annual COP, the climate conference, to see how they're being overlooked despite being 16% of the globe's population. But this year's Zero Research Report, to add to your advertisement, actually highlights wonderful practices and shows that governments can learn from people with disabilities and people with disabilities can interact and teach governments. And whether it's the Purple Vest Project in Israel or the proactive emergency evacuation in Beppu, Japan, which was done in collaboration with the government, whether it's farmers with disabilities in Indonesia, whether it's flooding in Valencia, whether it's the mobile classrooms in post-earthquake Turkey. These are initiatives led by persons with disabilities, very often in conjunction with their governments. So the means to do it is there, the knowledge base, the local knowledge base to do it is there. Governments need to now pay attention and work with their local populations. It's in their best interest to do so as far as efficiency, as far as social justice, as far as international legal obligations. They simply need to start to do it.
Mm-hmm. Michael, looking more on the meta level of activity, there are certain international standards, protocols, United Nations related or not, that somehow exist in the area that we're currently talking about of again focusing on climate change response that are inclusive or accessible. Is there anything that our governments or OPDs can build on, Sendai Protocol or the likes, or would this not be the right approach? And should people more start to work on the ground and build from on the ground? So what's your take on this?
Well, there are wonderful frameworks, whether it's the Sphere Project or the Sendai Framework or others. We need not reinvent the wheel. What we need to do is to marry the local knowledge and the local expertise and leadership of persons with disabilities with their governments in order to implement these frameworks. Right now, we have lots of good frameworks, including the IMF, International Monetary Fund, which includes disability in some of their funded climate responses. Yet when you go on the ground and speak to local DPOs, local communities of disabilities, they have no contact with the implementers. So we need to make it more concrete, and we need to make it more operationalized in order to see forward progress. In the meantime, the organizations of persons with disabilities are acting either on their own or with helpful local governments and actually achieving some measure of success.
Michael, the reason why we as the Zero Project picked up this subject, and also why I trust you find this topic so important right now, is that there is not a lot of research out there, not a lot of publications out there. What specific area would you personally like to know and better understand and turn research activities towards in the relationship between disability and climate change?
It's a wonderful question, and again, the sad reality is the last time someone checked, less than 1% of articles related to climate change, planetary change, climate justice actually reference people with disabilities or the disability sector. And that is just amazing and depressing, in that 16% of the population is not being actively looked at, including, for example, wonderful articles on things like asthma effects or heat effects, where the affected populations are clearly people with disabilities, including things like loss and damage assessments, which do not include people with disabilities. So as an academic, as well as an advocate, to me, it's an area ripe for investigation and for highlighting and spotlighting what people with disabilities do, how they react to climate change, and what the differential impacts are on these communities. And that's why I'm so very excited by the work of the Zero Project, of course, in general and for many years, but this year in particular about the research report.
Yeah, thank you, Michael, also for highlighting our activities in this regard. I could also add the influence or the detrimental effect of heat on multiple sclerosis. So there's a lot to better understand in the future. Michael, we're coming to the end of this fireside. Is there anything that you want to mention, which you highlight, which you did not so far?
Just that once this report is issued and once the website at Zero has this information, it is an absolute treasure trove for OPDs and individuals with disabilities, as well as governments and researchers, to go and learn what their colleagues are doing around the world. It's a way of setting the example, and I encourage everyone to learn from these good practice examples and to adapt them to their own particular circumstances and to move together in solidarity. Now is a time in the world for us to act in unison.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just then let's close this session with another announcement. So we have agreed to work together also to present this report at the Conference of State Parties in New York in the United Nations in June this year. And yeah, as you said, we also believe that this is a report that especially those planners and executing agencies really could use as a guidebook. It's full of practical examples and checklists and the likes. So we really will try hard to make it well known throughout the community and every decision maker that should know about it. Michael, thank you again for joining us today. And with this, I'm closing this fireside chat. Thank you.
Thank you.